Chapter 54. When the people of Shitsui Mountain saw the wedding procession running away, they didn't chase after them. They knew that these villagers were timid and wouldn't come back for a while. If they didn't kill them, they wouldn't resist. When they had the courage to come back, they would have returned to Shitsui Mountain. Lu Qian, who was in the bridal sedan, didn't know what had happened. She heard Zhang Xiaolong's words after Lu Yeye went out, so she knew that someone was coming. Then she heard Zhang Xiaolong scream. She felt pain in her heart and wanted to get out of the bridal sedan. However, the custom in the countryside was that the bride couldn't take off the red veil before entering the bridal chamber, so she hesitated. Then she heard Zhang Xiaohua's scream and the shouts of the people of Shitsui Mountain. She immediately knew that something was wrong. She made up her mind, tore off the red veil, opened the curtain and walked out. What she saw was Lu Yeye's trembling shoulders and the head of Shitsui Mountain's lecherous and regretful eyes. At this time, Lu Qian, who had been nourished by the well water of the Zhang family, was not at the same level as Lu Yeye. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her eyebrows were beautiful, and her almond-shaped eyes were charming. If she was not very beautiful in the eyes of young ruffian Lu Zhen a few months ago, now she was a beauty. In particular, her temperament, which was changing, was even more fascinating, like a fairy in the human world. The head of Shitsui Mountain couldn't help but feel regretful. This flower was picked by his third brother, who probably wouldn't let go. It was rare for him to take advantage of her. What a pity. Lu Qian didn't pay attention to the head of Shitsui Mountain, nor did she comfort Lu Yeye. Instead, she ran to see Zhang Xiaolong, who had fainted. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua also stood up. She endured the burning pain in her body, clenched her teeth, and didn't let her tears fall. She walked step by step towards her eldest brother. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had no other thoughts. The seed that had been brewing in her heart for a long time had bloomed. She had made up her mind that she would no longer live a life of being at the mercy of others. If she survived today, she would only choose one path in the future, which was to practice martial arts. She would use absolute force to protect herself, her family, and the people in the world who needed to be protected. She would no longer allow others to trample on her dignity and the happiness of her family. At this moment, our Xiaohua had transformed, matured, and found a goal in life. However, the crisis was not over yet, but Zhang Xiaohua no longer cared about this. He knew that no matter how tragic the ending was, time would always pass and the end would come. He would face it bravely even if he lost his life. The people of Shitsui Mountain naturally didn't know that they had added fuel to the fire to promote the development of the martial arts world. At this time, they were arrogantly riding back, ready to snatch the fat meat in their mouths. Lu Qian ran in front of Zhang Xiaolong and knelt down. She looked at his blood-stained chest with heartache. She carefully picked up his head and placed it on her chest. She used her nails to pinch Zhang Xiaolong's philtrum. Lu Qian did not cry. She knew her situation. Any helpless action would only make the villain more arrogant. Perhaps her fate had been determined. She also had to say goodbye to her lover. When Zhang Xiaohua staggered to Zhang Xiaolong had slightly opened his eyes. He looked at his bride helplessly and was extremely indignant in his heart. Although the other party heard him without talking, he, who had woken up, naturally knew the other party's intention. However, how could he resist? He looked around with difficulty. By the side of the road, there were only things left on the ground. There was not a single person. He sighed inwardly. The shoulder of the hand that had just recovered was dislocated by a kick. He could not move it. He used his other hand to hold the hand that was pinching his philtrum. He did not say anything. The two of them looked at each other. There was only deep love and endless resentment. Zhang Xiaohua looked at his beloved elder brother and his favorite sister-in-law. Such a scene made his heart ache. Lu Yeye, who was beside the sedan chair, saw Zhang Xiaolong wake up and quickly ran over. It seemed that it was safer here. The boss of Shitsui Mountain did not stop them and slowly rode his horse over. The other people also drove their horses and slowly surrounded them. The third brother of Shitsui Mountain waved the horsewhip in his hand and stared at Lu Qian, who was wearing a wedding dress. He felt extremely refreshed. This trip was really worth it. He got such a beautiful woman without any effort. In the future, he would have unlimited happiness. The second brother of Shitsui Mountain stared at Lu Qian. His heart was full of jealousy. He secretly regretted letting the third brother get the upper hand. However, when he looked at Lu Yeye's pale face, he felt a little comforted. He stole a glance at the greedy look of the eldest brother and could not help but feel lucky. The bride was so beautiful. After returning to the mountain, he did not know who she would belong to. It was better for him not to get involved. When Lu Yeye saw that everyone was surrounding them, she could not help but hug her shoulders and asked with a trembling voice, what do you want to do?" The second brother of Shitsui Mountain said with a lewd smile, "We don't want to do anything. It's just that when we see this little brother being the groom today, our hearts are also itching. We want to be the groom and have a taste. How about it? Seeing your sister as the bride, do you also want to have a taste? Let's enter the bridal chamber together tonight." In fact, she already knew what the ending would be. At this time, when she heard the other party's affirmative answer, Lu Yeye was speechless. She just said in fear, you. Lu Qian's face was also as white as paper. She was very scared. But she held her lover's hand in her hand, so she did not tremble. Zhang Xiaolong said weakly, "Heroes, there are countless beauties in Lu Town. How can my wife enter the eyes of heroes? If you can let us husband and wife go today, we will definitely go bankrupt and send all our property to Shitsui Mountain in the future." The third brother of Shitsui Mountain laughed and said, "Your wife's beauty is very good in our eyes. It's your blessing to take a fancy to her. If you know what's good for you and let her go with us, we can still spare your lives. Otherwise, all of your heads will be chopped off. You won't be able to marry a wife even if you want to." The second brother of Shitsui Mountain also laughed and said, "You don't look like a son of a rich family. What gold and silver jewelry can tempt us? It's better to obediently give them away." At this time, from the distance of the main road, another person riding a horse rushed over. The people of Shitsui Mountain heard the sound of horse hooves from afar. They all looked up and saw that it was a person, so they did not care. Only the eldest brother frowned and said, "Why are you being so long-winded with them? Take them and leave. From time to time, there will be people passing by on the main road. Don't run into a large group of people. If they don't let go, chop off their heads." The second brother and the third brother heard this and their expressions turned cold. They immediately agreed and jumped off the horse. They each rushed to Lu Yeye and Lu Qian. Seeing the bad guy rushing to the eldest sister-in-law, Zhang Xiaohua immediately blocked in front. The third brother of Shitsui Mountain reached out and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's neck like lightning. He shook his hand and threw her to the side of the road. Then he reached out and grabbed Lu Qian's hand and pulled her onto the horse. Zhang Xiaolong pulled Lu Qian's hand hard, but he couldn't pull away the third brother of Shitsui Mountain. He watched Lu Qian's hand fall away from his own hand. His hand fell weakly on his chest and touched something hard on his chest. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaolong's eyes lit up. He seemed to think of something. He shouted, "Heroes, my family has relatives from Misty School. I have a token here as proof. We are all Jianghu people. Can you give me some face?" Misty School. The people of Shitsui Mountain were stunned. The second brother and the third brother let go of their hands. Lu Qian and Lu Yeye quickly returned to Zhang Xiaolong's side. The man riding a horse on the main road just passed by them at this time. He was concentrating on the road and didn't pay attention to the movement on the side of the road. When he heard Misty School, his ears couldn't help but twitch, and then he slowed down the horse. However, the people of Shizui Mountain were focused on Zhang Xiaolong and didn't notice. The eldest brother of Shizui Mountain jumped down from the horse and walked to Zhang Xiaolong and said, "Where is the token? Let me see." Zhang Xiaolong hurriedly used his good hand to take out the token that he accidentally put in his arms with difficulty and handed it over. The eldest brother of Shizui Mountain carefully took it and looked at both sides carefully. His face was a little gloomy. He then handed it to the second brother and the third brother. The two of them also looked at it very seriously. Then they also handed the token to the eldest brother with a gloomy face. The three of them looked at each other. Their eyes were fierce and they didn't speak anymore. Then, the eldest brother put the token into his arms and said with a sinister smile, "What kind of bullshit token is this? The firewood picked up from the pile of firewood dares to be called a token. Do you know what Misty School is? You still dare to say that you have relatives? Forget it, I originally wanted to spare your lives. Now, I'll do you a favor and save some food for your family. I'll send you to the underworld to rest." At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had stood up from the ground and walked to the eldest brother. She gritted her teeth and said, You want to kill us to silence us." The third brother of Shizui Mountain said with a grim smile, "Misty School is far away. If we kill you, who will know that it's us? You'd better tell them in their dreams." After that, he waved his hand and dragged Lu Qian and Lu Yeye over with the second brother of Shizui Mountain. The other four people held weapons and were about to kill. At this critical moment, a voice came from behind, who said that Misty School is far away. There is an ancient poem that says it well. Far away is close at hand. The people of Shizui Mountain looked back. It was the person who came from afar. They thought that he had gone far, but unexpectedly, he still stayed on the roadside. They saw that the man was tall and handsome. He was wearing gray clothes and there was a sword hanging on his waist. When the eldest brother of Shizui Mountain saw the man coming over, he hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. He said, "I'm Shizui Mountain's third wolf. I'm here to do something. May I know your name?" The man smiled back and said, "I'm Misty School's Lu Yueming. Nice to meet you. I heard that I sent relatives here, so I came to see. Where is the token? Please let me take a look." The eldest brother of Shizui Mountain said, "Xiao Xiao Lu is mistaken. How can this person be a relative of your sect? Just now, he took a fake token and wanted to impersonate it, but I put it away. Xiao Xiao Lu doesn't need to see it." Lu Yueming still smiled and said, "Whether it's real or fake, my Misty School has the final say. Please let me take a look. I promise that as long as it's not an ethereal token, I'll leave immediately." Chapter 55. Seeing that he couldn't find an excuse, the boss of Shizui Mountain said with a charming smile, "No problem, Xiao Xiao Lu, I will take it out for you." After that, he fumbled in his arms for a moment, took out the token, and carefully handed it to Lu Yueming. Lu Yueming stared at the boss of Shizui Mountain and didn't say anything. Seeing that the token was handed over, he reached out and took it. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. After the boss of Shizui Mountain gave the token to Lu Yueming, he didn't withdraw his hand. Instead, he suddenly sped up and handed it forward again. But this time, it wasn't a token in his hand, but a small dagger. The tip of the dagger emitted a blue light under the sunlight. Needless to say, it was quenched with poison. The dagger wasn't aimed at Lu Yueming's throat or chest, or other vital parts. Instead, It was aimed at his hand that had just received the token. It seemed that the boss of Shitsui Mountain was very confident about the poison on the dagger. He only hoped that it could make a wound on Lu Yueming's hand. The hope was beautiful, and the goal was very close, but how could a disciple from the Misty School be compared with a martial artist from the wilderness like Shitsui Mountain? Lu Yueming turned his wrist and the token in his hand changed direction. The edge of the token swept across the boss of Shitsui Mountain from top to bottom. The boss of Shitsui Mountain only felt his wrist go numb and the dagger fell from his hand. But Lu Yueming didn't stop. He waved the front of the token at the handle of the dagger. The poisonous dagger was like an arrow released from a bow, quickly shooting towards the boss of Shitsui Mountain. The distance between the two was close, and the speed of the dagger was very fast. Before the boss of Shitsui Mountain could react, the dagger was inserted into his forehead with a pop sound. He looked at Lu Yueming in disbelief, turned over, and fell into the dust. The black color on his forehead quickly covered his face at a speed visible to the naked eye, and spread to his neck and body. But at this time, the boss of Shitsui Mountain's body had gradually become cold and had lost consciousness. When Lu Yueming saw that the poison on the dagger was so strong, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Then he looked at the rest of the people. Things had developed to this point, so it didn't matter whether he looked at the token or not. In fact, as early as when the boss of Shitsui Mountain reached out to take out the token, the other two wolves also took the opportunity to take their weapons from the back of the horse. They were all padeos. Now that they saw that their boss was killed, they were furious. They shouted at the four guards beside them and rushed forward. Lu Yueming didn't panic when facing the attacks of the two men. He calmly used his body movement to fight. From time to time, he glanced at the other four people who were hesitating whether to attack or not. Those four people were the personal guards of their boss. They had always listened to their boss's orders. Now that they saw that their boss was dead and the opponent was so strong, they naturally wanted to retreat. However, the second and third leaders of the mountain stronghold were still alive. They also asked them to attack, so they hesitated. Lu Yueming saw that the four guards didn't have the intention to attack for the time being. He was overjoyed. Although it wasn't too difficult for him to fight against 7 people with his martial arts, if someone suddenly used the poison just now in the chaos, he would be very scared. Therefore, he no longer moved around. Instead, he pulled out his sword and used the tip of his sword to display the unique skill of the Misty Seven Swords. He strived to defeat the opponent in front of him in a short time. The unique skill of the Misty School was really extraordinary. In just a few moves, he forced the two wolves of Shitsui Mountain to the point that they couldn't fight back. When the two wolves of Shitsui Mountain saw that there were no helpers, they were exhausted and immediately shouted, "Why aren't you attacking? Otherwise, you will be served by the family rules of the mountain stronghold." When the four guards heard the family rules, they had no choice but to take their weapons and come forward to help. At this time, they heard Lu Yueming laugh and say, "It's too late to come now." After that, he tightened his sword and the tip of his sword raised the blade of the second wolf of Shitsui Mountain. The long sword rushed forward and the tip of the sword went straight to the second wolf's throat. When the second wolf came to his senses and dodged, it was already too late. The tip of Lu Yueming's sword touched the throat of the second wolf of Shitsui Mountain and then withdrew, leaving only a little red there. The second wolf of Shitsui Mountain looked stunned and fell to the ground. When the third wolf of Shitsui Mountain saw that Lu Yueming's swordsmanship was so exquisite, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He no longer moved forward and ran away. How could Lu Yueming let him escape? He displayed the misty steps and arrived behind him like a shadow. He raised his hand and stabbed the back of the third wolf of Shitsui Mountain. The sword didn't pierce very deep, just right into the heart. Then, he withdrew his sword and the third wolf also fell to the ground. Lu Yueming looked at the blood on the sword and shook his head. The other 4 guards didn't want to intervene. When they saw that the 3 wolves of Shitsui Mountain were killed by Lu Yueming, they immediately threw away their weapons and knelt on the ground. They kept kowtowing and shouting, "Hero, spare our lives." Lu Yueming looked at the 4 people kneeling and ignored them. Instead, he walked to the front of Zhang Xiaolong and the others and stared at them for a while. Then, he took out the token from his arms and looked at it carefully. His brows wrinkled. Then he asked Zhang Xiaolong, "Which one of you is junior sister Shue's relative?" Zhang Xiaolong looked at Lu Yueming and said with difficulty, "Sorry, Xiao Lu, none of us is heroine Shue's relative." Lu Yueming's brows wrinkled deeper and asked in a cold voice, "Then where did you get this token?" Zhang Xiaohua saw that her brother was having difficulty speaking and Lu Qian and Lu Yeye were still in shock, so she said, "Hero Lu, it's like this." Then she told him in detail what happened in Lu Town during the New Year. After listening, Lu Yueming smiled and asked, "Then you've seen junior sister Shui?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "We've seen heroine Shui, but she was wearing a veil. We didn't see her real face and didn't know that her surname was Shui." Lu Yueming nodded after listening. He knew about Wen Wenhai and Shui Qing's trip to Lu Town that day, but he didn't know about the episode with Zhang Xiaolong and the others. However, according to Zhang Xiaohua's description, it should be true and credible. The Misty School's token had always been strictly managed. Shui Qing was able to leave the token with the intention of being thorough. Since he was able to encounter this matter, he could go back and tell junior sister Qing about it. Maybe he could even get her favor. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. Thinking of this, Lu Yueming walked forward and carefully examined Zhang Xiaolong's injuries. First, he reconnected his dislocated arm, then he took out some medicinal pills and let Zhang Xiaolong swallow them. The poor Zhang Xiaolong was injured the last time he saved Lu Qian. This time, before he could marry Lu Qian, he was gloriously injured again. Each injury was more serious than the last. This time, although he didn't injure his muscles and bones, the kick from the horse caused him serious internal injuries. He wouldn't be able to recover without resting for half a year. Of course, Lu Yueming didn't know about the well water, so he could only tell Zhang Xiaolong to rest well for half a year. After taking care of Zhang Xiaolong's matters, Lu Yueming turned his head and looked at the 4 guards kneeling at the side. He seemed to be thinking about how to deal with them. The 4 guards looked at Lu Yueming and knew that this was the moment to decide their fate. They immediately kowtowed again. Some of their foreheads even bled. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't bear to watch from the side. Lu Yueming seemed to see Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. He smiled and asked, "Xiaohua, how do you think we should deal with them?" Zhang Xiaohua saw Hero Lu ask him and his expression was a little uneasy. He whispered, "Since they didn't hurt us or anyone else, I think it's better to let them go." Lu Yueming looked at him with interest and said, "Are you pitiful because they are kowtowing?" Zhang Xiaohua blushed and said, "Yes, looking at them kneeling there and kowtowing non-stop, they are really very pitiful." Lu Yueming put away his smile and said, "Xiaohua, you have to remember. Pitiful people must have a hateful side. Just now, it wasn't that they didn't want to hurt people. First, their fort master didn't give the order to kill people. Second, this is the Great Tao. Killing people will cause a lot of trouble. They probably can't afford to provoke it. If the one being killed now wasn't their fort master but me, do you think they would be so pitiful? Do you think they would spare your lives?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully. Lu Yueming continued, "Do you know what it means to eradicate evil completely? It means to eradicate evil completely. Don't leave a trace of evil behind. If I let them go today, they might come looking for trouble tomorrow. At that time, you will want to cry but have no tears. When the four people heard Lu Yuming educate Zhang Xiaohua like this, they all raised their heads and looked at each other. They immediately fled in all directions. How could they be in such a sorry state just now? Lu Yuming looked at Zhang Xiaohua's stunned expression and chuckled. He seemed to have been prepared. First, he picked up the pedao of the two wolves of Shitsui Mountain. One in each hand, he pulled it out from the left and right. The pedao was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. It pierced into the back of the two people. Pucci, the remaining force didn't decrease. It rushed forward and was firmly nailed into the ground. The moment Lu Yuming threw out the pedao, he immediately used his lightness skill to chase after one of them. In the blink of an eye, he was behind that person. Lu Yuming stretched out his hand and stabbed his sword into the back of the person's heart. After pulling out the sword, he didn't check and immediately slanted to chase after the other person. The last guard seemed to have good lightness skill. By the time Lu Yuming chased after him, he was already dozens of feet away. Lu Yuming took a deep breath and sped up his pace. His body seemed to fly as he quickly floated towards that person. Not long after, he caught up behind him. That person seemed to have felt Lu Yuming's pursuit and shot a hidden weapon at him. Lu Yuming didn't dare to catch it. He used one foot to flip into the air and avoided the hidden weapon. Then, his body stretched out in the air and his sword pierced the top of that person's head. This place was very far away from Zhang Xiaolong and the others, but Zhang Xiaohua still clearly saw the moment the sword pierced the top of that guard's head. After Lu Yuming killed the last guard, he didn't stop. He turned around and returned to the original place. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's stunned expression, he shook his head. He wiped the bloody sword on the clothes of the dead person and put it back into the scabbard. Lu Yuming walked in front of Zhang Xiaolong and the others who were also stunned. He handed over the Misty School token and said, "You should keep this token. It's hard to guarantee that it will be useful in the future." Chapter 56. Zhang Xiaolong hurriedly and carefully placed this thing that had saved his family's lives into his arms. Lu Yuming didn't wait for Zhang Xiaolong to speak and ordered, "You four ride the original horses and go quickly. Don't touch the things of these thieves. Leave the corpses and horses where they are. I heard that there are 3 leaders in Shitsui Mountain. It seems that they have been killed by me. It is estimated that Shitsui Mountain will scatter in the future. You don't have to worry about their revenge. In addition, you don't have to hide the fact that I saved you, but remember not to say my name or the name of Misty School. Do you understand?" Zhang Xiaolong didn't quite understand, but he nodded deeply. Then, the 4 of them rode on one horse and moved forward. Lu Yuming also jumped on the horse and was about to leave. But looking at the mess on the side of the road, he frowned and thought for a while. Then he jumped off the horse and put the 7 corpses on the remaining 7 horses. He loosened the reins and let the horses run on their own. Then he got on the horse again and galloped away. The road was quiet again. After the time it took to eat a meal, the people who were hiding nearby stealthily snuck over. Seeing that there were no bandits by the roadside, they tidied up the bridal sedan chairs and other things, thinking that the bride and groom had already been murdered. Feeling sorry for them and lucky for their own luck, they slowly returned to Guizhuang. In the small courtyard of Guizhuang House, since Zhang Xiaolong led the wedding procession out, the people in the family were busy. They not only greeted the neighbors in the village and asked them to sit down, but also prepared all the things needed for the wedding ceremony according to the countryside. Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei ran in and out almost without touching the ground. They kept muttering something and looked here and there, for fear of missing something. When the sun was high in the sky, the couple was slightly relieved and sat down tiredly. This poor family was so tired to marry a wife. Wouldn't the rich family be tired to death? But they forgot that they had special servants. How could they do it themselves? Everything was prepared at home, and the necessary ceremony had been entrusted to the people in the village who were familiar with it, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. Seeing that it was still early, the two of them went to the head chef to get some food and hurried to fill their stomachs. After resting for a short while, Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei arrived at their grandmother's hut. Their grandmother had woken up early. Guo Sufei had made a new set of clothes for her mother a few days ago. She had just put it on today. When her grandmother heard someone coming in, she asked, Guo Sufei. Xiaolong and the others are back, right? Guo Sufei smiled and said, Mother, not yet, but I think it will be soon. Please come with us to the central room and wait. Grandma was also very happy and agreed repeatedly. The couple carefully supported their grandmother to the central room and sat down in the chair in the middle. His grandmother's health was extremely poor, and she was usually lying in bed. On Zhang Xiaolong's wedding day, he needed to kowtow to his parents and elders. Today, his grandmother forced herself to stay awake, waiting for her grandson and granddaughter-in-law to kowtow to her. Her lifelong wish was finally fulfilled. However, after sitting for a long time, they didn't hear the sound of firecrackers and musical instruments at the entrance of the village. Seeing that it was time, Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei couldn't help but feel anxious. Even their grandmother seemed to be unable to hold on. Just when everyone was guessing, suddenly, someone shouted, Look, it's Lu'er, the Suona player. Why did he come back? Sure enough, across the low courtyard wall of the Zhang family's courtyard, a person could be seen running here from a distance. Wasn't he one of the people in the wedding procession? Zhang Kai's heart couldn't help but tighten. He knew something was wrong and immediately rushed out of the central room. Before he reached the courtyard, he heard Lu'er's hoarse shout, Not good. Xiaolong and his wife encountered the bandits of Shitsui Mountain. This sentence was like a ladle of water dripping into a pot of oil. The Zhang family's small courtyard immediately exploded. Some timid people immediately patted their buttocks and ran away like a wisp of smoke, as if the horse thief was right in front of them. Most of the people were talking to each other. Some of their faces were obviously gloating, and some of them were regretful. It was not clear whether they were regretting Zhang Xiaolong or Lu Qian, but most of them were sympathetic. Before Zhang Kai rushed to the gate of the courtyard, he heard a cry behind him, Mother. Zhang Kai's heart thumped. He quickly turned back and ran to the central room. Sure enough, he saw his grandmother lying on the ground with a pale face. She had fainted. Guo Sufei was crying and rubbing her grandmother's chest in a hurry, trying to help her grandmother get the thick phlegm out of her throat. Zhang Kai also hurried forward and kept knocking on her grandmother's back. Fortunately, her throat squirmed for a while. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of phlegm, followed by a mouthful of blood. She said, Xiaolong, she was already on the verge of death. At this time, Guo Sufei had no time to think about Zhang Xiaolong. She cried and carried her mother to the bed in the small room with Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohu. The husband and wife had time to look at each other. They really didn't understand. How could a happy event turn into a funeral in a blink of an eye? The husband and wife looked at their grandmother whose face was pale gold. They felt like a knife was being twisted in their hearts. Zhang Xiaolong's life was uncertain, and their mother was going to go far away. What should they do? Zhang Kai left Guo Sufei to take care of her grandmother. He and Zhang Xiaohu then went to the central room. Some of the people in the courtyard had already left. Many people had also entered the central room and were listening to Lu'er. Seeing Zhang Kai come in, Lu'er started talking from the beginning. This Lu'er's mouth was also very nimble. He actually described Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohua's archery to how they solved the difficult problem vividly. He also remembered Zhang Xiaolong's poem without missing a word. Hearing this, the people praised Zhang Kai for having two good sons. At the same time, they also felt sorry. These two good children were probably in danger now. Zhang Kai was even more distressed when he heard this. He was anxious to know what happened when they encountered the bandits, but Lu Er's description was so detailed that he wished he could tear his mouth open and dig out the last words. When Lu Er said, "Four fiendish bandits with weapons in their hands chased us away," he stopped talking. Everybody was startled and asked, "And then?" Lu Er said innocently, "No, I don't know where they went. But I was worried about Brother Zhang, so I quickly came to report." Zhang Kai seemed to be grasping at a life-saving straw. He asked, "Then, you didn't see how the bandits dealt with Xiaolong and the others?" Lu Er said, "No, the bandits drove us away. Xiaolong and Xiaohua, as well as the two girls in the sedan, stayed behind." Zhang Kai felt lucky and said, "Xiaolong and the others might not be dead yet." Everyone nodded in agreement. But they were thinking the same thing as Zhang Kai. The bandits had left them behind, so the chances of them surviving were not high. Even if they could survive, the delicate bride and bridesmaids would have been eaten by the wolves. No matter what, the Zhang family's wedding today would be ruined. Sigh, good people don't have good karma. The Zhang family's good deeds usually turned into good karma, but in the end, they didn't have any good karma. Fate really made fools of people. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he couldn't sit still. He said, "Father, I'll go take a look now. What happened to big brother and third brother?" When he finished speaking, he was about to leave. Before Zhang Kai could say anything, everyone immediately pulled him back and said, "Lao Er, you're the only male in the family right now. We can't let anything happen to you. You can't go by yourself. Wait a moment. We'll organize the strong men in the village. It won't be too late to go after we get weapons." Thus, everyone in the courtyard quickly went out and mobilized the young laborers of the Guozhuang house. They held hoes and other tools in their hands and prepared to go to the place where the incident happened to see what happened. But just as the group of loose people walked out of the Guozhuang house's village entrance, they saw a horse coming towards them, carrying 4 people on its back. A sharp-eyed person immediately recognized them and shouted loudly, "It's Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohua. Ah, they're back. They're still alive." Everyone cheered and rushed over. Zhang Xiaohu rushed at the front of the crowd. When everyone received Zhang Xiaolong and the others, they saw the tattered clothes on the 2 brothers and the blood on their bodies. A few people carefully carried Zhang Xiaolong down. Zhang Xiaohu also carried Zhang Xiaohua down from the horse. He looked at the marks on his shoulder with heartache. Lu Qian and Lu Yeye didn't get down from the horse. They were still in shock and their legs were still weak. They couldn't walk. Some people led the horses forward slowly. Some people with fast legs had already run back to report to the Zhang family. Before the crowd reached the center of the village, Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei, who had received the news, had already rushed over. When they saw their sons and daughter-in-law were alive and well, they couldn't help but cry. They only used their hands to carefully touch their sons' wounds and said, "Good, good." It wasn't until they reached the entrance of the Zhang family's courtyard that Guo Sufei woke up from her dream. She said, "Xiaolong, Qian, come over and meet your grandmother." At this time, she didn't care whether Lu Qian could walk or not. She went forward to help her get down from the horse and helped her walk into her grandmother's house. Grandmother was already a little delirious at this time. When she heard that her grandson came back alive, she couldn't help but feel refreshed. There was a flush on her face. Her gray eyes seemed to be able to see her beloved grandson and granddaughter-in-law. She muttered, "Bow to heaven and earth, bow to heaven and earth." Hearing her mother's words, Guo Sufei also woke up. The custom in the village was that when a happy event met with a funeral of an elder, one had to step back. Grandmother didn't want to delay Zhang Xiaolong's wedding because of her departure. Therefore, Guo Sufei also gritted her teeth and hurriedly asked Zhang Kai to prepare for the wedding ceremony. Grandmother was also energized at this time. She insisted on going to the central room to accept the kneeling of her new daughter-in-law and grandson. Guo Sufei and Zhang Kai had no choice but to carry their mother to the central room. Please collect, thank you. Chapter 57. The wedding ceremony of Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian was carried out in a hurry in the central room of the Zhang family's small courtyard. On the chair in the middle of the central room, Zhang Xiaolong's grandmother was reclining there with a flushed face. Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei were holding her arms on both sides. When Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian kowtowed to her, Zhang Xiaolong's grandmother smiled very brightly. However, the blush on her face was fading visibly. When the villagers who specialized in etiquette shouted, "The ceremony is over," the bride and groom entered the bridal chamber. Only then did the blush fade away. Zhang Xiaolong closed her eyes peacefully with a smile on her face. Guo Sufei and Zhang Kai felt that their hands were heavy. Guo Sufei immediately shouted sadly, "Mother." This was the second time today that she called her mother in the central room, and it was also the last time. At this time, Lu Qian did not care about the rules. She tore off the red veil and carried her grandmother's body back to the small house with Guo Sufei and Zhang Kai. In the courtyard, the people in the central room looked at each other. They did not know whether the Zhang family was going to hold a wedding or a funeral today. Only the acquaintances who knew the situation secretly wiped their tears. Zhang Xiaolong walked into the small house with the help of Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua. On the bed in the small house, Zhang Xiaolong's grandmother was lying there as if she was sleeping peacefully. Without the interference of the illness and the fear of disturbing her grandson's sleep, she was sleeping peacefully with a smile on her face. Zhang Xiaohua looked at his grandmother's face that had been engraved in his heart. It seemed that he did not feel sad, but his heart was empty, very empty. His mother's sorrowful cry came into his ears. He himself was very puzzled. He should be very sad, but why was he not? Was his grandmother really resting? No, definitely not. Zhang Xiaohua could not feel the life that he could feel a few days ago in his grandmother's body. His grandmother was really gone. She really left him. Zhang Xiaohua silently looked at her crying mother, father, and brothers. There were no tears in the corners of her eyes, and her eyes weren't even red. In his grandmother's small house, the mournful cries of the relatives continued for a long time before most of the people in the courtyard dispersed. When Zhang Kai calmed himself down and came out, he looked at the villagers in the courtyard. He could only apologetically cup his hands and ask them to help him put away all the festive items and replace them with the black and white items used for the funeral. When they were done, the wedding procession that had escaped for their lives came back in scattered pieces. When they saw the funeral procession, they thought it was for Zhang Xiaolong and the others. When they heard the explanation, they knew the reason. The musical instruments in the village were used for both festive and funeral processions. When they saw the situation, they sympathized and hurriedly sent people to get the funeral clothes. They changed on the spot, ate some food, drank some water, and immediately played the funeral music. At this time, the people in the Zhang family also put on mourning clothes. Zhang Xiaolong was seriously injured and could only be bedridden again. It was just that pitiful Lu Qian. She had just married into the family and had to change into mourning clothes. She also had to wash and change her grandmother's clothes. It was really difficult for her. Zhang Kai looked at his busy daughter-in-law and his heart was full of guilt. When he was young, his parents died. He did not enjoy the happiness of a family reunion and married into the Guozhuang house. Guosufei's parents loved him like a son. After sending off his father-in-law and mother-in-law, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Thinking about the little things that happened in this small courtyard, his tears could not help but fall again. Xiaolong had the good fortune to marry Lu Qian. He hoped that when he left in the future, he would not find trouble for them. Grandmother's coffin and clothes were prepared early. Not long after, it was ready. Zhang Kai, Zhang Xiaohu, Guosufei, and Lu Qian put grandmother's body in the coffin together. They asked people to carry the coffin to the central room. The central room was not big. After the coffin was put in, there was almost no space left. According to the custom in the countryside, the coffin of the funeral had to be left at home for 7 days for the family and relatives to worship. After this time, the lid could be nailed and the coffin could be placed in a place. Funerals were not as good as happy events. There were many things that the family did not care about. Zhang Kai and Guosufei went to the village patriarch and asked people to come and help. The Guizhuang house's family was also old. There were many people who came to help, so the funeral went smoothly. At night, the noise in the courtyard gradually faded. The swaying light in the central room pulled the shadow of the coffin, which kept swaying in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua and the rest knelt in the small space beside the coffin. Guosufei kept sobbing and seemed to have used up all her strength. Lu Qian also knelt beside Guosufei and used her hands to support her, wiping her tears from time to time. Her grandmother treated her extremely well. Although they did not talk much, her grandmother would always reveal a kind smile whenever she saw her, which made her feel endless warmth. Although she was already mentally prepared, it was too unexpected for her grandmother to pass away during her wedding ceremony. Thinking about her short ceremony, Lu Qian did not want to blame this kind and considerate elder. Perhaps this was all fate. Lu Qian could also see the apology in Zhang Kai's eyes. She deeply felt the warmth of this family. However, this was the beginning of her marriage to the Zhang family. Would the future be a blessing or a curse? Was this a warning? In fact, looking at Guosufei's sad appearance and thinking about her grandmother, she felt that her life was worth living. She had many grandchildren and a harmonious family. Except for some poverty, everything was perfect. She did not know what she would be like when she was old. Just as Lu Qian was thinking about random things, Zhang Xiaohua's mind was also constantly turning. Zhang Xiaohua knelt in the shadow of the corner, looked at the huge coffin in front of him, and thought, "Is this the final destination of my grandmother's life?" Ever since everyone had told them about what had happened at home that night, Zhang Xiaohua had been thinking, if I knew martial arts, I could have chased away the bandits when they attacked. If my brother and I could have married my sister-in-law safely, my grandmother wouldn't have left so early. She would have happily watched my brother and sister-in-law get married. She might even have been able to hold my brother and sister-in-law's child happily. Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts were in a mess. Perhaps, he had thought about a lot of things. Many hypotheses only had one fulcrum, and that was that he must know martial arts and have the ability to turn the tide. But, did he have it? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua finally made the first decision in his life. He wanted to learn martial arts. But, how to learn martial arts? He was still confused, but since he had a target, everything would be easy to handle. Thinking of learning martial arts, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of Mishti. From Wenwenhai, Xueqing, to Lu Yueming, everyone left a deep impression on him. That momentum of controlling everything, that pleasure of punishing evil, could only make Zhang Xiaohua's eyes filled with stars. There was also the power of the Misty School. A sign could make people not dare to act rashly. They could take out a few hundred taels of silver without daring to make a sound. For a child who grew up in a mountain village like Zhang Xiaohua, it was an unimaginable temptation. Perhaps, a real man should live like this, and not shelter under the wings of others when disaster struck, and ask for help from a sign. Moreover, even if the leader of the bandits was eliminated, it was hard to guarantee that the bandits would not come back. What should he do at that time? Could a sign make people retreat? Thinking that the lives of his family were tied together by a sign, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with endless emotions. He thought, and his eyes slowly closed along with the swaying of the shadow. He actually fell asleep. The flickering like breathing came to his dreams as promised. At this time, it was midnight. After busying himself with the matters outside and sending off the people who helped, Zhang Kai dragged his tired body back to the central room. In the room, his wife's cries were still there, and her voice was already hoarse. He also went to comfort her. The old woman had already left, and the days had to go on. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Zhang Xiaohua curled up in the corner sleeping. His heart could not help but ache. What a good child. He was busy with the old woman's affairs and forgot about him. Zhang Xiaolong was injured and had already fallen asleep on the kong. His youngest son was also injured. The whip wound on his shoulder made people cry. He had suffered such a serious injury at his age, not much worse than Xiaolong. He just changed his clothes and could not see him, so he forgot about him. Should he blame himself for being careless, or blame himself for having too many things to do today? Zhang Kai was secretly annoyed. He carefully carried Zhang Xiaohua, wanting to carry him back to the kong. Unfortunately, after trying, he could not carry him. He could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. The child had grown up, and he was also old. He could not be carried when he was young. He called out to Zhang Xiaohu, who was also kneeling in the shadows. The two of them then lifted Zhang Xiaohua up. When they were about to leave the room, Guo Sufei spoke. She wiped her tears and said, "Tonight, let's put Xiaohua in Xiaolong's room. If the child wakes up in the night and thinks of his grandmother, he will be scared." A mother's love was so attentive. Guo Sufei was mourning her mother's death, but when she saw her son, she could still think of her son. Zhang Xiaohu interrupted, "Mother, Xiaohua is asleep. He won't wake up even if you water him." "Don't worry." Guo Sufei said, "That won't do. He's still young. If he wakes up, he will be scared. It's better to put him in Xiaolong's room. I can watch over him." Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohu then gently put Zhang Xiaohua next to Xiaolong, who was already sleeping soundly. Guo Sufei also washed her face. Holding the oil lamp, she carefully lifted Zhang Xiaohua's clothes. Looking at the whip wound on his shoulder, the scar was like a centipede lying on Xiaohua's body. Then looking at Xiaohua's childish face, Guo Sufei could not help but burst into tears again. This child was so seriously injured that he did not even tell her in detail when he came back. After changing his clothes, he went to watch over his grandmother's coffin. He did not even eat dinner. From the morning until now, he had experienced so many hardships and endured so much pressure. As his mother, she had long forgotten about him. At this moment, if he was not so tired, perhaps he would still be accompanying her in the central room. It was better to let him have a good rest. Guo Sufei came out from the inner room and let Zhang Xiaohu and Lu Qian go back to rest. She and Zhang Kai came to accompany her grandmother. Zhang Xiaohu and Lu Qian did not agree at first, but Guo Sufei insisted again and again. Only then did they go back. Zhang Xiaohu naturally slept in the inner room, so that he could take care of his two injured brothers at any time. Lu Qian, on the other hand, fell asleep as soon as she laid down on the kong bed. Today's encounter was too bizarre. Please accept it. Thank you. In the works related, there is a prose of longing. Everyone, please enjoy it. Chapter 58. The next morning, when the sun rose, a group of people was already waiting quietly in front of the jujube forest on the ring finger of Stoneman Peak. The person in front was the green-clothed and green-scarfed householder Yenming. Behind him were three young men, one of whom was Lu Yueming, who had saved Zhang Xiaolong and the others on the road yesterday. Lu Yueming was not as arrogant as he was yesterday. He stood behind the crowd with his hands behind his back, looking at Yenming Jusher in front of him, waiting quietly. It was still the same shadow that crossed the jujube forest at dawn. Yenming Jusher used his qinggong to leap over and left a mark on the two jujube trees. However, after a while, he was stunned. Because on the two jujube trees, other than the two deep marks he had just made, there were no other marks on the tree trunks. What about the sword marks he had made on the tree last month? Scholar Yenming was surprised. The sword mark that was 3 inches deep into the tree couldn't be healed in a month. Even if it was healed, there should still be a mark. Could it be that it wasn't the two jujube trees that were affected? Yenming Jusher's heart skipped a beat. This is bad. If it wasn't the original entrance, I'm afraid it would be troublesome to enter the forest. As he thought about it, he carefully examined the nearby wild jujube trees, but he found nothing. It seemed that he had never carved any marks on the trees of this forest. At this time, a short and stout young man in black clothes with a sincere face came up to him and asked, "Martial Uncle Yenming, do you have any questions?" Yenming Jusher looked back and saw Tan Feng from the Tan family. Scholar Yenming couldn't help but smile. The people from the Tan family were all short, plump, and honest. They looked very reassuring. It was really as if they were from the same family. He smiled and told Tan Feng the reason. When Tan Feng heard this, he said, "That's easy." Then, he said to a thin young man in white, who looked like a scholar, "Brother Zhang, why don't you come with me and see if there are any sword marks on the trees? Brother Lu and Martial Uncle Yenming, can you go over there and see if there are any sword marks?" The scholar was Zhang Xiaoyang from the 10,000 Swords Peak. His face was thin and his eyes were sharp. He didn't say much and only said, "Okay." He then turned around and walked to the other side. Tan Feng followed behind him, his eyes carefully looking at the jujube trees in the periphery. Lu Yueming was still looking at Yenming Jusher with a smile, waiting for his orders. Yenming Jusher didn't say much. After greeting him, he turned around and walked to the other side. Lu Yueming also quickly followed behind him. Yenming Jusher walked a few steps and then slowed down. He muttered in his heart. In fact, the sword mark from last time was in the vicinity. If he went any further, he definitely wouldn't find it. Was there a need to look all around the periphery of the sour date forest? Lu Yueming, who was behind him, seemed to understand his thoughts. He said from behind, "Uncle Yenming, is this where the mark you carved last time?" Yenming Jusher stopped in his tracks and turned around to say, "Yeah, I think there shouldn't be any further ahead." Lu Yueming continued, "Then Uncle Yenming will carefully look around here. How about this junior go and take a look?" Yenming Jusher said with a smile, "The Misty School really is getting stronger with each generation. This sect leader O is so lucky to have all the outstanding disciples under his tutelage. Okay, you go take a look. Be careful. I'll stay here." Lu Yueming also smiled and nodded. He continued to look around, leaving Yenming Jusher behind him. Leaving aside Yenming Jusher, who stayed in place and thought about what to do next, the other three looked from the beginning to the end of the sour date forest. Just as Yenming Jusher expected, they didn't find anything. Everyone couldn't help but fall silent. The premise of their previous discussion was to enter from the original entrance. Since the entrance was different from before, then the steps of their discussion were obviously invalid. What should they do? The three of them stood quietly, thinking while waiting for Yenming Jusher's instructions. This time, the three of them came to the five-clawed peak in the same way as the four sects did last time. They all sent their second-generation disciples, but this time they did it more secretly. As early as the leaders of the four sects returned from Mount Wudong, they frequently sent different disciples to different places to deal with affairs. They were afraid that the spies of other sects would figure out their details. These three people were just one of the operations. Only a moment before they set off, the leaders of the four sects told them the goal of this operation and secretly told them everything they should pay attention to. After they left, there were still many disciples sent out continuously. Even many of the core figures in the four sects didn't know who was carrying out what task. Therefore, these three people could hide from the spies of other sects and smoothly arrive here. The disciples who could be sent to participate in this matter were, of course, the leaders of the four sects. After knowing the preciousness of the secret plane, the four sects would not take it lightly. Moreover, these three people had all taken the secret pills of the four sects. Their profound skills were also quite powerful in Jianghu. Otherwise, Lu Yueming alone could easily deal with the 7 people of Shizui Mountain yesterday. If it were Wenhai and Xueqing a month ago, it would not be so easy. Although they had made a mistake in their operation, the three of them were all people with calm personalities. Even Tan Feng, who appeared to be a little boorish, remained silent and focused, quietly waiting for Scholar Yanming's orders. Scholar Yanming pondered for a long time and said, since the entrance is no longer the same as before, it might not necessarily be unsafe. However, we can't just follow what we've said before and enter the forest according to the chant we used last time. Perhaps there will be a new chant this time. You all should bring your own skins. I'm sure your teachers have already told you how to use them. Now, let's see if the chant is the same. When everyone heard this, they took out their skins from their arms, cut their fingers with a knife, and wiped the blood on it. However, this time everyone, including Yanming Jusher, was even more stunned. The place where the chant was originally displayed was now blank. The others didn't feel anything, but Yanming Jusher immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Even though his martial arts had greatly improved, he couldn't help but be on guard. He turned his head and looked around vigilantly. This was too strange. Yanming Jusher, who had originally been ambitious and wanted to go in and reap a harvest, was now unwilling to go in no matter what. He had roamed the Jianghu for so many years and had never heard of words written on skins disappearing. This thing had already exceeded Yanming Jusher's scope of understanding. He was timid and cautious, but as a veteran of the Jianghu, he immediately determined that this was a minefield. They couldn't take half a step forward. The best way was to obediently wait until the 15th of the first month of the next year and try their luck again. However, Yanming Jusher didn't show any signs of fear. He still said casually, since the chant isn't here, there must be 2 reasons. The first is that this time is the same as last time. The second is that the chant hasn't appeared yet because the time isn't right. Speaking up to this point, he didn't quite believe his own 2 explanations. If it was the same as last time, then the chant should have appeared just like last time. But what if the time wasn't right? In this world, there really weren't any words that could be related to the time and only appear when the time was right. This was too inconceivable. In short, no matter what the reason was, Yanming Jusher said, we don't have the chant right now. We can't guarantee that the chant we used last time can be used now. In view of this situation, I don't recommend that everyone enter the forest. What do you guys think? The 3 people in front of Yanming Jusher, although their martial arts weren't as good as his, and their seniority wasn't as high as his, they still represented their respective schools. Yanming Jusher still looked at them very patiently, waiting for their answers. Lu Yueming's eyes turned, but he didn't speak. In fact, before coming here, Peng had already explained that although the matter of the secret plane was very important, the Misty School's current strength was enough. Expanding their territory was the most important thing. Of course, it would be good to be able to enter the secret plane and obtain precious herbs. Even if they couldn't enter, they had to first keep this secret and leave it for next year. Therefore, Lu Yueming already had a plan in mind. Seeing that Yanming Jusher seemed to have the same thoughts as him, he didn't say much. Tan Feng of the Tan family frowned. Previously, the head of the family had said that safety and confidentiality were first. It didn't matter if they didn't enter the secret plane. However, he was very curious. He really wanted to see what kind of place could grow 100-year-old herbs. He waited for a long time, then raised his head and said, when the head of the family came, he already said that everything here will be arranged by Martial Uncle Yanming. I have no objections. Yanming Jusher nodded, then looked at Lu Yueming. Lu Yueming naturally also agreed. Finally, he looked at Zhang Xiaoyang of the Wanjian Peak. Zhang Xiaoyang didn't frown and think like Tan Feng. His face was calm, his eyes looking at the Swanjajub forest as if it was a small forest where he played as a child. He seemed to have decided long ago, but had been waiting for other people's decision. At this time, seeing that Yanming Jusher listened to his opinion, he smiled faintly and said, Martial Uncle Yanming, my family's sword master has already instructed that no matter what dangers there are in this forest, the herbs inside must be brought back. I think I must explore this Swanjajub forest. Zhang Xiaoyang's words were very unexpected. He thought that he would also listen to Yanming Jusher's arrangement. He wanted to go in, but it gave Yanming Jusher a difficult problem. However, thinking back to the meeting at Wudong Mountain, Wan Qingzhou wanted to go in the most. It was not difficult to understand why he gave this order. But if the others didn't want to go in, did they let Zhang Xiaoyang go in alone? Yanming Jusher pondered for a long time, but didn't know how to answer him. Zhang Xiaoyang saw that Yanming Jusher didn't directly answer him, and naturally knew what he was thinking. He cupped his hands to Yanming Jusher and the other two and said, Martial Uncle Yanming, brothers, I have already made preparations to enter the forest this time. There shouldn't be any danger. If you all don't want to go with me, then let me go in alone. I can also help you all scout the way. What do you think? The last sentence was directed at Yanming Jusher. Chapter 59. Hearing Zhang Xiaoyang's words, Yanming Jusher knew that he had made up his mind. He said to Lu Yueming and Tan Feng, I'm going to stay here. What about you guys? Lu Yueming and Tan Feng looked at each other and said, we won't go in either. We'll stand guard here for Brother Zhang. Yanming Jusher nodded and said to Zhang Xiaoyang, then nephew Zhang, you should go in. You know the chant, right? Zhang Xiaoyang smiled and said, go straight for 10 trees, right for 8 trees, back for 6 trees, left for 6 trees. I've already memorized it in my heart. Is it correct? Yanming Jusher said, that's right. That's the one. Master of 10,000 swords is very thoughtful. This sentence seemed to have a double meaning, but Zhang Xiaoyang didn't care. Instead, he checked his bag and took out a bundle of long, thin, snow-white string. Yanming Jusher's eyes lit up and asked, Nephew Zhang, is this string woven from snow silk? Zhang Xiaoyang smiled and nodded, praising, Martial Uncle Yanming's eyes are indeed sharp. This is indeed woven from the snow silk that can only be found in the frozen lands of the far north, mixed with other precious strands. Yanming Jusher asked again, I heard that this snow silk is abnormally tough. Ordinary swords can't cut it. Is that true? Zhang Xiaoyang said, that's right. Why don't Martial Uncle give it a try? Yanming Jusher thought for a moment and said, for nephew Zhang's safety, I'll give it a try. After saying this, he took out the sharp dagger that he used last time and said to Zhang Xiaoyang, my dagger can cut through iron like mud. Can this string take it? Zhang Xiaoyang still smiled and said, "Martial Uncle Yanming, there's no harm in trying. When my sword master obtained this string, he already tried it. Other than the divine sword guarding peak, no other sword has been able to leave a mark on it." When Yanming Jusher heard this, he picked up the dagger and used his strength to cut at the snow-white string on the ground. As expected, when he raised his hand, the string didn't leave a single mark. Yanming Jusher couldn't help but shake his head, saying, "The master of 10,000 swords is indeed a good schemer. If you don't sacrifice the child, you can't trap the wolf. To be willing to take out such a treasure, good scheming, good scheming." Zhang Xiaoyang still didn't answer. He picked up the silk rope from the ground and tied one end to the wild jujube tree where Yanming Lei's sword mark, while the other end was tied to his waist. Then, he said to Yanming Lei, "Martial Uncle Yanming, this snow silk has another advantage, which is to use internal strength to shake it. It will transmit the shaking to the other side. Even if the silk rope is tied to the tree, the other side can still feel it. Martial Uncle Yanming, please wait here. After this junior enters the forest, please send a message every once in a while." This junior has also replied, saying that this junior is safe. When this junior reaches the other side of the forest, I will send for messages to senior. At that time, if you still want to enter, please follow the silk rope's finger and lead it inside. How about it? How about it? Yanming Jusher smiled and said, "All right, then we'll have to trouble Martial Nephew. We'll just wait for the ready-made one." Then, Zhang Xiaoyang took out the leather from Wanjian Peak and handed it to Yanming Jusher, saying, "Martial Uncle Yanming, if I encounter any mishap in the forest, please return this leather to my family's sword master." Yanming Jusher stared blankly and frowned, saying, "Such a precious item, how can your family's sword master be at ease with giving it to me?" Zhang Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Since Martial Uncle is in an alliance with my family's sword master, naturally you're not an outsider. I can entrust it to you." Yanming Jusher stretched out his hand and received it, saying, "Martial Nephew, feel free to enter. When we meet in the secret area, I'll immediately return it to you." Zhang Xiaoyang said gratefully, "Thank you Martial Uncle, I'll enter now." After he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaoyang pulled out his long sword and was about to enter the forest with his head held high. Suddenly, Yanming Jusher stopped him and asked, "How long is this silk rope of yours? I remember that it takes a long time to enter the forest, at least 4 or 5 miles. Zhang Xiaoyang smiled and patted the other bags, saying, "Disciple has prepared more here. If it's still not enough, then disciple will turn back." Yanming Jusher looked at the bag on his waist and shook his head with a bitter smile, saying in his heart, "This Wanqingzhou is really ambitious and ruthless." Zhang Xiaoyang once again cupped his hands and bowed to everyone. Then, he picked up his sword and carefully stepped into the sun-dappled Swanjujub forest. At first, Yanming Jusher and the others could still see Zhang Xiaoyang's back from the outside, but when he walked deeper into the forest, they couldn't see him anymore. Only the snow-white silk rope was left hanging between the trees of the Swanjujub forest, motionless. After waiting for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, there was no movement in the Swanjujub forest, and there was no sound of birds chirping. Yanming Jusher walked forward and pulled the silk rope. It was still tight, so he used his internal energy to send it out. After a while, he felt a tremor in his hand. It seemed that Zhang Xiaoyang was still moving forward safely. Yanming Jusher's heart was a bit more at ease. Yanming Jusher returned with his hands folded. Lu Yueming and Tan Feng naturally looked at him eagerly, waiting for Zhang Xiaoyang's news. Yanming Jusher smiled and nodded, but didn't say anything. In this strange place, Yanming Jusher felt a trace of pressure, so he couldn't help but use his mind to resist. Therefore, he, who didn't have much to say, was too lazy to say anything superfluous. After waiting for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, suddenly, Yenming Jusher's heart jumped for no reason. It seemed that, perhaps, he heard a scream in the forest, but his ears obviously didn't hear any movement. It was still a dead silent forest. He looked back at the two people beside him in surprise, but found that Lu Yueming and Tan Feng were also surprised, and their eyes were rolling around. He said in his heart, "Not good." He immediately jumped forward, put his hand on the silk rope tied to the tree, and used his internal energy. After a while, there was still no response. Yenming Jusher was very anxious, and used his internal energy to send a message again, but there was still no response. Yenming Jusher thought for a moment, and used his hand to pull the silk rope back to see if he could pull it out. Sure enough, it could be pulled, and it was very light in the hand. Yenming Jusher pulled the silk rope from the forest with a heavy expression. Tan Feng hurried forward to help tidy up the silk rope that had already been pulled out. Lu Yueming pulled out his long sword and stood beside Yenming Jusher, his eyes staring at the entrance of the jujube forest that looked very ordinary. He had already pulled out a lot of the silk rope, and he saw that Zhang Xiaoyang had tied a dead knot. It was probably the second one he had connected, but he still didn't see anything. Yenming couldn't help but speed up. Not long after, the silk rope in Tan Feng's hand had been coiled up into a large bundle. Yenming also heard a rustling sound in the wild jujube forest. As the speed of his hand changed, the sound kept coming out. It should be something on the other end of the silk rope. At this time, Yenming was even more careful. He slowed down and pulled out bit by bit. It was getting closer and closer. Everyone was on high alert. However, there was no monster at the end of the silk rope. There was also nothing on the silk rope, only the end of the thread. Yenming Jusher frowned, picked up the end of the thread, and carefully examined it. The bald end of the thread was actually irregular, as if it had been pulled, and not cut neatly with a sharp sword. Yenming Jusher put the end of the thread to his nose and sniffed it carefully. There was a faint smell of blood. Looking more carefully, there were some bloodstains on the silk rope. It seemed that Zhang Xiaoyang had met with misfortune. He didn't even leave behind any relics. Yenming Jusher sighed. On the other side, Tan Feng also took down the silk rope tied to the tree, and handed the entire silk rope made of precious snow silk to Yenming Jusher. At this time, Lu Yueming, who was holding the sword in his hand, opened his mouth and asked Yenming Jusher, "Martial Uncle Yenming, you've been here twice. Did you notice anything different from other places?" Yenming Jusher thought for a moment, and said in puzzlement, "I didn't notice anything different." "Nephew, did you find anything?" Lu Yueming looked at the deep forest of jujubes, and said thoughtfully, "Martial Uncle Yenming, I grew up in the mountains. Although I've never seen such a large forest of jujubes, I often go to other forests of this size. After being here for so long, I always felt that this forest was different from other forests. After thinking for a long time, I realized that this forest is very strange. It's like there's a fog inside, and the sun can't shine in." Yenming Jusher chuckled and said, "Yes, nephew is very careful. The last time we entered, there was a fog inside, and we couldn't see very far. There wasn't much sunlight, and there were many animal and human bones inside." Lu Yueming nodded and said, "In most dangerous places, there will always be people who are curious and go in. Animals will also rashly go in, and the bones left behind are not special. However, there's something special here that doesn't exist elsewhere." Yenming Jusher and Tan Feng asked curiously, "What's special about it?" Lu Yueming said, "Listen, are there any birds singing in this forest of jujubes?" Yenming Jusher and Tan Feng listened carefully. Sure enough, there weren't any birds singing in that mysterious forest. Yenming Jusher thought for a while and said, "Nephew is right. The last time I entered the forest, it was also completely silent. There weren't any birds singing." Lu Yueming said seriously, this is where this junior is strange. Those birds aren't like beasts. They have wings and can go anywhere in the world. Moreover, the forest is a bird's home. Doesn't Martial Uncle Yenming find it strange that there aren't any birds singing in such a large forest of jujubes? After hearing Lu Yueming's words, Yenming Jusher's heart suddenly swayed and seemed to sink. All the hair on his body stood up, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. He looked at the blood-stained rope in his hand and felt a wave of panic for no reason. He then looked at the forest of jujubes that was deathly silent like a sleeping monster. He didn't want to stay a moment longer, so he waved his hand and said, "Nephew, this isn't the place to talk. Let's leave first and find a safe place to talk." Lu Yueming and Tan Feng hurriedly said, "We'll follow Martial Uncle Yenming's instructions." Yenming Jusher didn't say much, and put the rope woven from snow silk into his bag. He took Lu Yueming and Tan Feng and used his qinggong to quickly leave, and didn't look back. The silent forest of jujubes was filled with dense fog, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 60. When the three of them used their qinggong to return to the Thumb Peak, they finally let out a sigh of relief. Yenming Jusher casually sat down on the crouching ox rock and asked, "Nephew, you haven't finished speaking yet, right? Let's hear it now." Lu Yueming said, "There are no birds in this forest." According to this junior's guess, there are only two reasons. The first is that there are fierce beasts in the forest that the birds are afraid of, so they don't dare to rest. However, this junior doesn't know what kind of fierce beast it is. In this junior's impression, there are no fierce beasts that can drive away birds. The second is that this forest is originally a formation. Does this formation also have the effect of isolating birds, preventing them from building nests here? Yenming Jusher pondered for a moment, then said, "Nephew's words have a certain degree of truth. However, this formation has long been lost in Jianghu. Its specific power is not something we can speculate about. Alas, in short, this forest has too many mysteries that we can't speculate about. It's better to wait until next year to enter. This time, we were able to keep our lives because we weren't greedy. Man proposes, God disposes. Don't force things that don't belong to you. The ancients didn't cheat you." At this point, Yenming Jusher's tone was unexpectedly very bleak, completely different from the spring of life when all things were revived. Lu Yueming and Tan Feng also looked at each other. In their eyes, besides panic, there was also luck. Just now, when they saw Zhang Xiaoyang's imposing manner, they almost wanted to follow him into the forest. However, at the last moment, they didn't let their hot-bloodedness cover their heads. Now that they thought about it, they were really lucky. However, the sect had a death order. These four hides definitely couldn't all fall into Yenming Jusher's hands. This was also the key reason why the two of them didn't choose to enter. The three of them were silent for a moment. Yenming Jusher said, "This mission ends here. Although we didn't enter and lost a disciple of Myriad Swords Peak, our goal has been achieved. The two nephews can return to report. I still have to make a trip to Myriad Swords Peak to give Myriad Swords Master an explanation. You two can go first." When Lu Yueming and Tan Feng heard this, they didn't stay any longer. They first saluted Yenming Jusher, then the two of them cupped their fists at each other, chose different directions, and flew off in different directions. Yenming Jusher looked at the backs of the two people getting farther and farther away. He didn't know if they were going back directly or if they were going to do something else. Yenming Jusher didn't care anymore. He took out Wan Jianfeng's piece of leather and rubbed it for a moment. Then, he put it back and carefully hid it. He looked around for a moment and listened carefully. Then, he used his qinggong and slipped away. The crouching ox rock was still calm, waiting for the bustle of the next year. In the middle of the night, Sword Master Wan Qingjiu received a message from the evil tiger gang's Chu Xiangfeng. Senior brother Zhang Xiaoyang is missing. Wan Qingjiu's face was ashen. His hands were clenched into fists. His eyes were full of regret. He didn't know if he regretted the fate of his disciple or that he didn't get the herbs in the secret plane. In the Zhang family's small courtyard, it was still solemn. People came and went with sad expressions. The Zhang family's reputation in Guozhuang House was very good. Grandmother had been warm-hearted all her life, so there were many people who came to pay their respects. The Zhang family's central room wasn't big. There wasn't much space for Zhang Kai and the others to kneel. The people who came took turns to see grandmother and then left in a hurry. Most of them didn't stay. On the day grandmother passed away, Lu Yeye was sent back to Baligo by a reliable person. When Mr. Lu received the news, he was not only worried about his daughter who had been married off, but also mourned for the funeral of his in-laws. He also came to the Zhang family the next day. Butcher Lu also came with him. After the two of them finished paying their respects, they stayed and temporarily stayed in grandmother's old hut. It was convenient for them to help the Zhang family. These few days, Zhang Xiaohua was stiff. He knelt in the corner all day, his eyes staring straight ahead. No one knew what he was thinking. When it was time to eat, it was Zhang Xiaohu who passed the bowl to him and waited for him to eat before taking it away. At night, he knelt until midnight and fell asleep on time. Zhang Xiaohu carried him back to the Kong bed to sleep. When the first ray of sunlight shone through the window in the morning, he woke up on time again. After taking a deep breath unconsciously, he knelt in the corner again. He really looked like a walking corpse. Mr. Lu was the first person to notice his abnormality, but anyone who thought with their heels knew that this child missed his grandmother. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't cry at all. Guo Sufei also fainted from crying a few times. Naturally, she couldn't comfort her son. Zhang Kai and the others were also clumsy with words and didn't know how to comfort him. Everyone felt that Zhang Xiaohua would walk out on his own in a few days and return to normal. Happy days were short-lived. Sad days were the same. Very soon, 7 days had passed. Grandmother's body was about to be placed in the coffin. The grave had been chosen long ago. It was right next to Guoshan's grave. At noon that day, the Zhang family kowtowed to grandmother again. Someone next to them was preparing to close the lid of the coffin and nail it. Guo Sufei was reluctant. He cried and clung to the coffin, unwilling to let go. He looked at his mother's smiling face over and over again. Under the persuasion of Zhang Kai and the others, he finally let go of his hand and collapsed to the side. The helper quickly closed the lid. He picked up the big nail and raised the hammer to nail the lid shut. Dang, dang, dang. The hammering sound was like knocking on Zhang Xiaohua's heart. During this period, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be living in a dream. He kept thinking back and regretting. He thought that if he knew martial arts, he would be able to protect his elder brother and sister-in-law early. They would be able to return home smoothly. Their wedding ceremony would be held smoothly. Then, grandmother wouldn't have left him so soon. He hated himself for not having martial arts and for not being able to protect his family. From the New Year's Lutown to the wedding, he was always bullied and trampled on by others. He hated that he didn't have powerful strength. He hated that he didn't choose the right direction in life. He hated that he couldn't accompany grandmother for a while. Even in its sleep, the breathing flicker seemed to have sensed his remorse, and it flickered even more vigorously. The hammering sound shook him. He felt a burst of pain in his heart. He raised his head and found that grandmother had been nailed in the coffin. Grandmother, Zhang Xiaohua growled. His tears fell like rain, blinding his eyes. Xiaohua rushed over and pushed the person away. The person who was not short was pushed by a 13-year-old child. He staggered and sat on the ground. He held the hammer in his hand and was stunned. He still couldn't believe it. The nail had been nailed in more than half. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious. He pinched the tail of the nail with his fingers and pulled the nail out slowly. Then, Xiaohua pushed the heavy lid aside. Grandmother's peaceful smile appeared in the dark coffin again. Zhang Xiaohua murmured, "Grandmother." Tears flowed down his cheeks, his clothes, and fell into the coffin. The tears that had accumulated over the past few days were like water that broke through the dam. They could no longer be controlled. The people in the room who were surprised by Zhang Xiaohua's strength were also crying secretly at this moment. They were witnessing this tragedy. According to the village's custom, there was a time limit to the burial. If it was too late, it would not be auspicious. It would affect the deceased's rest. So after crying for a while, everyone looked at the time and stopped. They only wanted to let the old woman pass away peacefully. However, Zhang Xiaohua was sad, no one could persuade him. Some people from the village came to forcefully pull him away, but they did not expect that Xiaohua's strength was so great that several people could not pull him away. Everyone could only look at Guo Sufei for help. However, although Guo Sufei was not very sad, it was impossible for her to persuade her son. Just when everyone was at their wits' end, Lu Qian walked out. She walked to Zhang Xiaohua's side and softly called out, "Xiaohua." After calling out 4 or 5 times, Zhang Xiaohua finally reacted and said, "Sister Qian, grandmother is really gone." Lu Qian hugged Zhang Xiaohua's head in her arms. She touched his hair and said, "Xiaohua, do you still remember what you said to me by the river outside the village?" Zhang Xiaohua was still crying and said, "I remember, sister. At that time, I knew that grandmother was going to leave me." Lu Qian said, "Yes, Xiaohua. There is no banquet that lasts forever in this world. Everything has an ending. Grandmother has been busy all her life. At this time, she finally has time to rest. Look at grandmother's face. She is smiling so happily. She left so happily. We also have to send her off happily. Aren't you disturbing grandmother's rest and making her angry?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Sister, I know this. But I won't be able to see grandmother in the future. I don't have a grandmother anymore. I don't want her to leave me." Lu Qian continued, "Then how long are you going to accompany grandmother? Half a day, 1 day, 2 days, or 10 days? Grandmother will be buried in the coffin eventually. You know this. You can accompany her for a while, but how can you accompany her for a lifetime? Come, Xiaohua, quickly get up. Let's send grandmother off properly. Let's send her off on her last journey." Zhang Xiaohua looked at his grandmother's face reluctantly. That familiar face that was engraved in his heart was gradually covered by the darkness and drowned in the pitch-black coffin. He weakly closed his eyes and let the tears roll down his face. He kept asking in his heart, "Why can't grandmother leave me? Why can't we live forever?" Grandpa and Grandma's graveyard was at the back of the village. It was quite a distance away. The villagers carried the coffins and walked in front. The Zhang family walked behind, crying. The villagers also followed to send off this familiar person. The grave had been dug. They carefully put the coffin in and covered it with soil. Not long after, a small new grave was formed. After the villagers who helped saluted and left, only the Zhang family and the Lu family were left in front of the grave. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohu carefully repaired grandmother's grave and added a lot of new soil to grandfather's grave. Guo Sufei and Lu Qian then carefully put away the incense and candles. Everyone stayed in front of grandmother's grave until dusk. Only then did they leave slowly. Chapter 61. The next day, Mr. Liu and Butcher Liu left. When Zhang Kai, Zhang Xiaohu, and Lu Qian saw them off at the village entrance, Zhang Kai promised to find the patriarch of the Guo family as soon as possible to discuss Mr. Liu's relocation. Mr. Liu said that it wouldn't be too late to talk about it after the Zhang family's matter was settled. Only then did everyone part. The following days were very dull and lonely. Everyone was not used to life without their grandmother. From time to time, they would think of their grandmother and look at their grandmother's hut with tears in their eyes. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua moved to their grandmother's hut. They were not afraid at night. Their grandmother had left, but there was her scent in the house. This scent only contained love and nostalgia. How could they be afraid? Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian lived next to the central room. It was originally used as a bridal chamber and had been renovated from the inside out. Now, Zhang Xiaolong was injured and could only lie in bed to be served by Lu Qian. It was already the beginning of March. The spring plowing of the Guozhuang house was already nearing its end. The Zhang family had delayed a lot of progress because of the wedding and funeral. Now, it was just the beginning. Zhang Xiaolong could not work, so the others could only work harder. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's strength was not small now. Although it could not last long, it was more than enough to plow the fields. After turning over his small field, he rushed to help Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohu. In the end, the three of them worked on Zhang Xiaolong's field together. Guo Sufei and Lu Qian were also busy cooking, washing, and taking care of Zhang Xiaolong. Grief was slowly eroded by time in the busyness, leaving only deep thoughts in people's hearts. Perhaps the Misty School's medicine was effective, or perhaps the Zhang family's well water was magical. In short, Zhang Xiaolong's injuries healed rapidly, and his complexion improved day by day. When the spring plowing and planting were almost done, his injuries were almost healed. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaolong was injured and did not go to the veterinarian Old Liu. Otherwise, Old Liu would be amazed by his medical skills again. When all the seeds in the field were sown, the Zhang family finally heaved a sigh of relief. The busy days were a deliberate avoidance of sadness. Now that they were relaxed, they couldn't help but think a lot. From time to time, the family members would go to their grandmother's grave to take a look. Even their grandfather's grave was unusually clean and tidy. In fact, this person was also strange. Zhang Xiaohua's grandfather had passed away for many years. The Zhang family only took time to visit the grave during the annual sacrificial ceremony. They rarely thought of him. However, the sudden departure of Zhang Xiaohua's grandmother made the family members miss him dearly. However, in Zhang Xiaohua's words, Zhang Xiaohua had never seen Zhang Xiaohua's grandfather. Zhang Xiaohua's grandmother had loved him dearly for more than 10 years. It was inevitable for her to favor one and discriminate against the other. Every time he took the time to visit his grandmother, Zhang Xiaohua felt a sense of remorse and guilt. The feeling of kneeling in front of his grandmother's coffin did not ease because of the passage of time, but became heavier and heavier. Perhaps, he was doomed to be unable to return to the carefree rural life before. However, he did not know what to do next. Could the martial arts be learned as long as one left home? The weather had already warmed up, and Zhang Xiaolong's injuries had also recovered. When Lu Qian saw this, she couldn't help but think about the matter of her father's relocation. Thus, she dragged Zhang Xiaolong along to look for Zhang Kai. At this time, Zhang Kai remembered that he still owed his in-laws a thing. During this time, the family's affairs and the field's affairs were related to the survival of the family. He had to do his best, so he forgot about it. However, counting the days, it was not too late. So, he quickly prepared a gift and went to find the patriarch with Guo Sufei. It was a matter that was thought to be easy, but it became difficult. The reason was very simple. There were not many literate children in the village. People who came to teach children could not be found. The school and the clan had not been used in recent years, so the school was simply disbanded. The house of the school was also given to the people in the clan to live in. At this time, when Mr. Lu came, there was no place to settle him down, and there were no students to teach. Zhang Kai was speechless. The patriarch was really old and dim-sighted. There was no school in the village, so how could the children be literate? In the past, he was short-sighted and did not let the children learn to read. These few times of contact with Mr. Lu, he was illiterate and did not know much. When they chatted, he felt that he was inferior to others. He deeply regretted that he had scrimped and lived frugally to let the children go to school. This patriarch was really good. He cut off the villagers' thoughts. Even if they wanted to study, they had to go to other villages. This made him even more determined to let Mr. Lu come to the Guozhuang house. Since there was no house, Zhang Kai could only settle for the next best thing. He asked if Mr. Lu could move to the Guozhuang house. He would let Mr. Lu settle his own living arrangements. All the affairs of the Guozhuang house were managed by the patriarch. If someone wanted to move in, they naturally needed the patriarch's approval. If the patriarch did not agree and moved into the village rashly, then life would not be normal. The patriarch had seen Mr. Lu at his grandmother's funeral. He had a deep impression of Mr. Lu's style. If such a person moved to the Guozhuang house, of course, it would be very beneficial to the Guo clan. At least, they would not have to worry about finding a teacher in the future. He had no reason to disagree. He even took the initiative to suggest that when Mr. Lu renovated the house, the clan would provide a certain amount of help. Zhang Kai thanked the patriarch on behalf of Mr. Lu and then took his leave. When he came back, he told Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian. The two of them were also very happy. In fact, they did not plan to use the schoolhouse. Although it was convenient and they could live there, after all, it was far away from the Zhang clan. They still had to listen to the clan's arrangements. It was very uncomfortable. If they were to build their own house, it would be hard, but it would be very convenient for them. Behind the Zhang clan's house was a small pond. On one side of the pond was a bamboo forest. On the other side, there was an open space. Usually, some rubbish and other things were thrown away. The ground was full of weeds. If they were to be tidied up, it would be just right to make a small courtyard. Next to the pond, after tidying up and planting lotus flowers and other things, one would be able to see the endless green of the lotus leaves in summer. The bamboo forest next to it was even more serene and elegant. Lu Qian was very satisfied with it. Lu Qian did not like it. However, it was all weeds now. If Lu Qian were to look at it, it would inevitably be slack. Therefore, the Zhang clan brothers worked together to clean it up first before letting Lu Qian decide. When Lu Qian received the news and came to the Guozhuang house again, the open space had already been cleaned up and the pond had been tidied up. Lu Qian held Zhang Kai's hand. He was so happy that he did not know what to say. The environment was really good. Near the corner of the village, there was a bamboo forest, and there was a small pond for boating. Although it was not big, it was also poetic. He was very satisfied. After getting Lu Qian's approval, the Zhang clan naturally prepared to start work. Lu Qian paid for the materials needed to build the house. Of course, the Zhang clan contributed. The clan leader also found laborers in the village to help when they were free. The small courtyard and the house were built little by little. At this time, there was not much work in the field. It was nothing more than watering and weeding. Therefore, most of the people in the Zhang clan were busy at the house. Zhang Xiaolong treated the work as a physical recovery activity. When the house was built, he had completely recovered. Zhang Xiaohua was mostly busy in the field. Compared to the work of building the house, the field was relatively easier. Originally, Zhang Xiaolong was supposed to work in the field. However, thinking that Xiaolong and Xiaohua were newlyweds, Zhang Kai still let Xiaohua go. However, Zhang Xiaohua became less and less interested in the work in the field. She just thought about her own matters and the matter of learning martial arts. She just did not know how to speak to the adults. Another person who was depressed was Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu was about the same age as Zhang Xiaolong. He used to be like Zhang Xiaolong. He did not pay attention to the girls around him. Since he saw Lu Yeye, it was like love at first sight. He also had feelings, but he had never had a chance to confess. Looking at Lu Qian and his elder brother happily getting married, he was very envious. Now, he finally found a chance to ask Lu Qian first to see if he and Lu Yeye were fated. At this time, Lu Qian was already Zhang Xiaohu's sister-in-law. Of course, she did not have to avoid anything when talking and doing things. She told Lu Yeye's situation to Zhang Xiaohu in full detail. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohu's enthusiasm was extinguished. His face that was initially blushing turned pale in the end. His expression was very bleak. Thinking about it, how could there be so many women like Lu Qian in the world who could see the ways of the world so clearly? Moreover, there were also many coincidences that allowed her to marry into the Zhang family. Otherwise, with such good conditions, why would she find a farmer's leg? Who didn't want to find a richer, more handsome man to live a rich life? What was love? It was just a picture of a pie. It could be used to look forward to, but it could not be used to fill one's hunger and live one's life. Zhang Xiaohu suffered a setback and could not help but feel gloomy. Thinking about the girls around him in the past and then thinking about Lu Yeye, he felt that his future life would be colorless. Just like Zhang Xiaohua, he also had the idea of changing his life. If he continued to work in the fields and find a woman he did not like to marry and have children, wouldn't his life be as tasteless as plain water? Wouldn't that be very boring? However, he usually worked hard at the house and did not notice anything strange. Lu Qian thought that he might have given up, so she did not tell Guo Sufei about this matter. She only thought that if he met a suitable girl or a girl he liked in the future, as his sister-in-law, she would definitely do her best to help Zhang Xiaohu forget Lu Yeye and live a good life. The weather gradually became warmer. With the help of the villagers, Mr. Lu's house and small courtyard were built. Mr. Lu moved here alone and did not make a big fuss about it. He packed his necessities and his favorite calligraphy and paintings and drove a big cart over. He left the rest of his things for Lu Kai. Lu Kai and Butcher Lu also accompanied him. Lu Qian, who received the news, was naturally very happy. She pulled Zhang Xiaolong over to help. Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei also rushed over. Mr. Lu did not have a lot of things, so they were quickly packed. Looking at his simple and crude courtyard, Mr. Lu could be considered to have vented his anger. He had an indescribable feeling that he would have to spend the rest of his life here. Looking at his reluctant son and then looking at his happy daughter, Mr. Lu's eyes were somewhat moist. Chapter 62. Dinner was naturally eaten in Mr. Lu's small courtyard. Although the cutlery in the courtyard was not complete, it was still close to the Zhang family's residence. It only took a few steps for him to bring everything over. Guo Sufei was busy in Mr. Lu's kitchen. Looking at the small and exquisite room, she was very envious. As expected of a scholar, he was so particular about the place where he cooked. It was unlike her own house, where the entire stove was placed in the courtyard and there was only a shed built to shelter her from the wind and rain. Now that she thought about it, it was not a simple and crude kitchen. She would find some time to discuss with her old man and ask her sons to help as well. They could also build a small house like this in their own courtyard. After all, it was not a very expensive thing. The result of this idea was that in less than half a year, all the outdoor stoves in the Guizhuang house were changed into kitchens. This was also a trend that Mr. Liu brought about. The Guizhuang house's population was less than Balagu's, and the things sold at the village entrance were also less than Balagu's. Therefore, even if Mr. Liu wanted to use the first meal to reward everyone, he was powerless to do so. The dinner at night was still simple, but there were many people eating. Mr. Liu's spacious central room could not hold all of them. Fortunately, the weather was already hot, so everyone simply moved the tables and chairs outside. Farmers did not pay particular attention to eating without talking when eating. Everyone ate while chatting. Mr. Liu, Zhang Kai, and Lu Kai only took a small sip of wine. However, they could not withstand Butcher Liu's frequent toasts and they were all drunk. Mr. Liu squinted his eyes and looked at the lively crowd. He also had a different feeling in his heart. It had been a long time since he had participated in such a happy and harmonious scene. Perhaps it was because his daughter liked this kind of environment. Suddenly, it seemed to have touched the weakness in his heart. He could not help but think of his late wife who had passed away early. Then, he looked at Lu Qian's face, which was very similar to his late wife's face. A kind smile appeared on his face. He hoped that his daughter's choice was not wrong and that he had also been pulled into the boat by his daughter. He also hoped that he could change his way of life and accompany them for the rest of his life. After dinner, the night wind was a little cold, so everyone returned to the house. Lu Qian boiled water in the kitchen and made tea for everyone. Mr. Liu tasted the tea and sighed in his heart. There was nothing better than this. To be able to drink this tea every day, he wouldn't mind being a Guizhuang house member for a long time. Lu Kai also took a sip of his tea. Looking at Zhang Xiaolong, he asked with a smile, "Xiaolong how are your injuries?" Zhang Xiaolong hurriedly said, "Thank you for your concern, big brother. My injuries have healed a long time ago. Now, I don't have any problems working in the fields." Lu Tufu also spoke up, "Xiaolong, what happened on the day you married Qian? You didn't explain it clearly at that time. Now, tell me about it and let me hear about your adventures." Zhang Xiaolong frowned a little, but he still recounted what happened that day. However, according to Lu Yueming's instructions, he didn't mention his name or the name of the Misty School. Of course, he didn't mention Xue Qing's token either. The process sounded simple, but the danger of that day could be heard clearly. When Butcher Liu heard this, he couldn't help but fall silent. Mr. Liu saw that the scene was a little quiet and interrupted. "I heard that the bandits of Xichui Mountain have dispersed. Xiaolong, you can rest assured that they won't come looking for trouble with you." Zhang Xiaolong replied, "Yes, at first, I was busy with my grandmother's funeral, so I threw this matter to the back of my mind. Later, when I was free, I was afraid that the bandits would follow the clues of the marriage and come looking for me. It was only later that I heard that they had dispersed that I was relieved." Mr. Liu waved his hand and said, "The bandits of Xichui Mountain are just a motley crew. Without a leader, the monkeys scatter when the tree falls. No one will think about avenging the leader. Moreover, you are just ordinary farmers. They won't have the heart to come looking for you." Lu Kai said, "That's not necessarily true. The bandits of Xichui Mountain have a long history. In the past 10 years, there have been countless groups of people. This time, after dispersing, it won't take long for someone to raise the flag again." Butcher Liu yelled, "So be it. Don't tell me they're looking for us to avenge the previous head of the thieves." Mr. Liu looked at Zhang Xiaolong. He knew that the Zhang family had the Misty School's token. Their escape from danger this time was probably related to the token. In Jianghu, there were people who helped the weak. When they saw injustice on the road, there were also people who pulled out their swords to help. However, most of them were wise to protect themselves. No one would kill the leader of Shichui Mountain for an unrelated person and offend the power behind Shichui Mountain for no reason. However, Zhang Xiaolong didn't mention this. There must be a reason. Mr. Liu wouldn't expose it. He just said, the possibility of them looking for us is not big. If they want to take revenge, they will look for the murderer. However, they will also ask questions. Zhang Xiaolong said with a smile, these are all our guesses. We can't run away because of these. Even if we move, it's hard to guarantee that we won't be found by others. It's better to remain unchanged and live our lives peacefully. Lu Kai applauded and said, Xiaolong's words are good. By the way, let me ask you. Last time, you made that thing in 8-Li Groove. How did you come up with it? No matter how I think about it, I don't think you can make it. Zhang Xiaolong blushed a little. However, no one saw it under the oil lamp. He said embarrassedly, well, I don't know myself. I've never made a poem. That day, I was forced to do it. It appeared in my mind for no reason. Maybe it was given by God. Seeing Zhang Xiaolong like this, Lu Kai didn't ask further. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu, who was sitting next to Zhang Xiaolong, suddenly spoke. He asked, Mr. Liu, do you know where Pingyang City is? Mr. Liu smiled and said, of course I know this. Pingyang City is a big city near Lu Town. It's about 600 miles northeast of Lu Town. Why did you suddenly mention Pingyang City? Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhang Kai, who was sitting on the chair and drinking tea to sober up. Then, he said something that shocked everyone. I want to go to Pingyang City. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Kai, who was squinting, also opened his eyes. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhang Kai again and continued, I want to go to Pingyang City to take a look. I've only been to Lu Town since I was young. Even the name Pingyang City is something I heard from others. Zhang Kai seemed to be relieved when he heard this. However, Mr. Liu asked again, you're just going to take a look. After some time, Lu Kai will probably have to go out for some matters. There's no harm in you all going to take a look. Zhang Xiaohu gritted his teeth and said firmly, no, I don't just want to take a look. I want to walk out of this village. I want to change my life. Xiaohu wants to walk out of the village. Guo Sufei and Lu Qian had just finished cleaning up the kitchen and walked in one by one. Guo Sufei happened to hear Zhang Xiaohu's words and couldn't help but feel that it was strange. When Zhang Xiaohu saw his mother enter the house, he quickly got up and asked her to sit down. Guo Sufei sat on the chair that Zhang Xiaohu had just sat on. She looked at Zhang Xiaohu and asked curiously, Xiaohu, why do you suddenly want to go out? Facing everyone's surprised gazes, Zhang Xiaohu sorted out his thoughts and said, Father, Mother, I've been thinking a lot recently. I feel that if I live like you, I can only face the earth for the rest of my life and my back to the sky. I'll live off that little bit of land of ours. Every day, I'll go from home to the fields and from the fields to home. Maybe in a few years, Mother will find me a wife who also works in the fields. We'll take care of this piece of land together and then have children. We'll teach them how to farm. When I'm old, I'll be buried in the soil behind the village like my grandmother. Wouldn't my life be very boring? I don't want such a monotonous and boring life. I want to live a colorful and interesting life where I can see many people and many things. Only then will I not regret it when I'm old. Everyone was silent for a while. Only Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting in the corner, had a glint in her eyes. Mr. Liu coughed and glanced at Zhang Kai, saying, I can roughly understand what's on your mind. When I was young, I also had such a dream. I also tried to realize it. However, when I went out, I realized that everything in the world was beyond my imagination. I encountered many setbacks and realized that some lives were not what I wanted to pursue. Thus, I returned to 8 Mile Valley. However, it wasn't like I didn't gain anything. Chanchan's mother also came back with me. Lu Kai also added, "Father is right." However, without going out and taking a look, how would you know what the outside world is like? How would you know if it's suitable for you? Didn't your son have the same thoughts as Xiao Hu a few years ago? I think that Xiao Hu should go out and take a look. When he sees the cruelty of the outside world, he might come back. Butcher Lu complained, "What's there to see in Pingyang City? Isn't it just Lu Town, which is a few times bigger? It's hard to even find a place to use the toilet. What's the point of going there? I don't recommend Xiao Hu to go there." When Lu Qian heard this, of course, she knew the reason why Zhang Xiaohu wanted to go to Pingyang City. However, she was now the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family. Hence, she looked at Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei first. Seeing that both of them were frowning and looking unwilling, she pondered for a while before saying, "Pingyang City is very big and it's also very far from us. However, it's precisely because of this that there are many people. If Xiao Hu goes there, he will definitely meet many people. Who knows, he might even meet a girl that he can hit it off with and bring back for us to see. It's better than here in the remote countryside, or you can reach the neighboring villages after a few steps. You can count the number of girls in the surrounding villages with your eyes closed. It's very difficult to pick one." When Zhang Xiaohu saw that Lu Qian had read his mind, he chuckled and did not explain further. At this moment, Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei's frowns finally relaxed. So this was what their son was thinking. Pingyang City was so far away and Zhang Xiaohu had not been out much. Although he was not young anymore, it was not appropriate for him to go so far away all of a sudden. However, thinking about it, they had spent so much time looking for a suitable wife and still could not find a suitable one. If they had not met Lu Qian, they would not have been able to solve this problem. This Zhang Xiaohu had reached the age of marrying a wife, and this was a big problem for the family. If Zhang Xiaohu could bring back a wife from this trip, wouldn't that be a great thing? At this thought, Zhang Kai was about to agree when he heard another voice. "Please vote for me. Please add it to your collection, thank you." Chapter 63. I want to go too. A voice rang out from the corner. Everyone was stunned again. Zhang Xiaohu turned around and saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua who was sitting in the corner. Guo Sufei said angrily, "Xiaohua, what are you doing? Your second brother is going to find a wife. You are still young, why are you going to Pingyang City?" Zhang Xiaohu could not take it anymore and said angrily, "Mother, I am not just going to find a wife. Look at what you are saying." Guo Sufei looked at Zhang Xiaohu with a smile. She was about to say something when Zhang Xiaohua's answer surprised everyone. "I want to go to Pingyang City to learn martial arts." Learn martial arts? Why? Everyone was puzzled. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had already walked out from the corner and stood at the door. He looked up at his small face and said to everyone, "Actually, since Lu Zhen met sister-in-law, I have been thinking about why we were bullied but had no strength to fight back. It was not until this time when I was injured by the bandits during the wedding ceremony that I knew the answer. It was because we did not have martial arts. We did not have enough strength to make people fear us. If I knew martial arts, those people would definitely not dare to attack us. Moreover, didn't Uncle just say that the bandits of Shichui Mountain might come to our door? There is no guarantee that we will always rely on others' protection. Only when we have mastered martial arts can we truly face the bandits." After saying this, Zhang Xiaohua looked back outside. The courtyard was already dark and there were faint stars in the sky. He said again, "Only when I learn martial arts can I protect myself and everyone. After listening to Zhang Xiaohua's words, everyone's reaction was different. Mr. Lu and Lu Kai looked at him in surprise. Last time at the wedding ceremony, Zhang Xiaohua's handwriting had already made them admire it. Now, after listening to his words, they could not help but reevaluate this young man who had just turned 13. Butcher Lu opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. Zhang Xiaolong's face was filled with shame, but looking at this younger brother that he had brought up since he was a child, there was a faint pride in his heart. Zhang Xiaohu, on the other hand, had a look of joy on his face. He seemed to have been enlightened and found his direction again. He happily looked at his younger brother who was a head shorter than him. Guo Sufei and Zhang Kai looked at each other and frowned again. They were not thinking about their own safety, but the safety of their son. Only Lu Qian looked calm, as if she had expected Zhang Xiaohua's words. It was Mr. Lu who spoke first. He said, "Xiaohua, I think this idea of yours is very correct. However, I've never learned martial arts before, so I can't give you any advice. I only heard that learning martial arts is very difficult, and it's not something that can be learned overnight. Moreover, learning martial arts has a lot of risks. If you're not careful, you'll be injured, and if you're not careful, you'll lose your life. Besides, you're a smart kid. Why don't you learn from me in the future? You'll be able to bring honor to your ancestors if you pass the imperial examinations in the future." Lu Kai also advised, as the old saying goes, the poor study while the rich practice martial arts. Learning martial arts is not something that poor people like us can do. Xiaohua's handwriting was so good the last time. Learning from my father is also a very healthy path to success. Guo Sufei and Zhang Kai still did not speak, only frowning. Zhang Xiaohu said, "That's true. Xiaohua, why don't you stay at home to learn your literature? I'll go to Pingyang City to learn martial arts. I'm already grown up now, my parents won't be worried. You're just a kid, how can they let you go so far?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at everyone and asked, "Learning literature can protect one's family from being harassed by mountain bandits. Learning literature can eliminate violence and bring peace to the people." Everyone was speechless. Zhang Kai asked, "How are you going to learn martial arts in Pingyang City?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Isn't Hero Wen, who saved us in Lu Town, at the Misty School in Pingyang City? If I look for him, I might be able to learn some martial arts." Guo Sufei said, "Xiaohua, you're still young. Can't you go when you're older?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said to her mother, "Mother, one's ambition is not determined by age. Moreover, I'm not young anymore. I should be like second brother and find my own path. Otherwise, I won't be able to find a suitable wife." Zhang Xiaohua's words made Guo Sufei burst out laughing. She said, "You're still so young and you're already thinking about a wife." Zhang Kai thought for a while and said, "Xiaolong, Qian, you two bring Xiaohu and Xiaohua back to sleep first. Your mother and I will think about it again." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaolong got up and went home with Lu Qian, Zhang Xiaohu, and Zhang Xiaohua. Only the 5 adults were left in the main room. Zhang Kai asked Mr. Lu, "What do you think about the matter between the two of them?" Mr. Lu smiled and said, "No matter what the matter is, I still have to congratulate you for having 2 promising children. At such a young age, they can worry about family matters and have the courage to face it and think of their own ways. It's really a blessing for you." Zhang Kai was very happy in his heart, but he still waved his hand and said, "These are all children's crazy words. You don't have to take it seriously." Mr. Lu said with a straight face, "I'm not flattering the in-laws. How many children from the countryside have this kind of knowledge and experience, to be able to say such words? However, he is indeed still young and doesn't know the dangers of the outside world. Going out to gain experience is also a good thing. Moreover, there's still Xiaohu. With Xiaohu taking care of him, you can rest assured. When he knows the dangers of the outside world, he will definitely miss the warmth of home. You don't need to say anything, he will come back on his own. Maybe Xiaohu will meet a suitable girl at that time and it's not impossible for them to come back together. Lu Kai interrupted and said, Uncle, I don't think it's a bad thing for Xiaohua to go out. I feel that Xiaohua isn't a simple child. Staying in a small village like ours all day might bury him. Maybe he will have an opportunity when he goes out and can do big things. Zhang Kai smiled bitterly and said, What big things? I don't hope for him to be successful. As long as he marries and has children and lives a stable life, we will be satisfied. The big things are done by the people in town. We, the people in the countryside, only need to take care of the crops. Guo Sufei was unhappy and said, They are all nobles and generals. I still remember when I gave birth to Xiaohua, the sky was filled with flying flowers. Maybe my son will do big things. However, she then said in puzzlement, but Pingyang City is too far away. Why don't we let him practice martial arts in Lu Town? It's near. When I miss him, I can go and visit him. If it's too far away, it won't be convenient to go. Butcher Lu said, That's right. Isn't there an evil tiger clan in Lu Town? He can go there to practice martial arts. Hearing the words, Evil Tiger Clan, Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei's hearts jumped. Weren't the bodyguards of that evil tyrant from last time also from the Evil Tiger Clan? Looking at them helping the tyrant, they weren't good people. Moreover, they had so many banknotes of unknown origin at home. How could they let Xiaohua go to the Evil Tiger Clan? Guo Sufei asked Mr. Lu, then in-law, do you agree with them going? Mr. Lu nodded and said, Yes. We scholars have a saying, read 10,000 books and you can travel 1,000 miles. Only by going out and broadening your horizons can you truly learn the things in the books. I think it's the same for practicing martial arts. However, in this small mountain village, even the most talented person will be short-sighted. I agree with them going out. Lu Kai also nodded with a smile and said, I've been to Pingyang City before. At most, I'll bring them there. However, this doesn't seem to be in line with their original intention. I'll tell them the details later. Xiaohu is all grown up. There won't be any problems. Butcher Lu said, Why go? It's so relaxing to stay at home. I don't agree. Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei looked at each other and said, Let's think about this again and come up with a suitable solution. Then, the few of them chatted for a while. Seeing that it was getting late, they bid farewell and went home. At night, Guo Sufei and Zhang Kai also discussed for half the night. They only went to sleep when the sun was about to rise. Butcher Lu and Lu Kai could not stay in the Guozhuang house for too long. After breakfast, they hurriedly bid farewell. Before leaving, Lu Kai told Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua about the route to Pingyang City and the things to take note of in detail. Both of them memorized it carefully. Looking at Lu Kai's expression, they could tell that their parents had been convinced last night. Both of them could not help but smile. After sending Butcher Lu and Lu Kai off, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua were preparing to go to work in the fields. Only then did they realize that if both of them left, what would happen to the family's fields? Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have noticed something. Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian, who were walking together, seemed to know what they were thinking. Zhang Xiaolong said, The two of you can go ahead and see the outside world. As for the family's fields, I've already discussed it with your sister-in-law last night. The original plot of land at home will be planted by father. The plot of land by the river and the plot of land on the slope will be planted by me and your sister-in-law. Together with mother, how can the four of us not take care of these 2.5 plots of land? Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu looked at their elder brother and sister-in-law. They did not say anything, but their hearts were filled with warmth. For the next few days, Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei did not mention this matter again. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel anxious. Could it be that if they did not agree, this matter would fall through? Both of them even thought of sneaking out on their own. After dinner that day, Zhang Kai stopped both of them. Both of them could not help but feel their hearts thumping wildly. It seemed like it was time to reveal the truth. As expected, Zhang Kai said, "I've discussed with your mother about the matter of the two of you going to Pingyang City. We still feel that we should listen to you. Your mother has already rushed out some clothes for the two of you. Take them with you." With that, Guo Sufei took out a few sets of new clothes from the inner room. It seemed like they had been rushed out in the past few days. Zhang Xiaohua felt a lump in her throat. The elderly were really worried about their children. They had thought of everything. She, on the other hand, had thought that they would not be allowed to go and had other ideas. Looking at Lu Qian's smiling face, she thought that her sister-in-law must have put in a lot of effort to get the clothes. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said to Lu Qian, "Sister-in-law, since you knew that father and mother wanted us to go, why didn't you tell us? Why did you make us anxious for nothing?" Lu Qian said, "When you're outside, you have to be scheming. You can't be anxious about anything. You have to face it calmly and steadily. Isn't this a test for you? Please collect it. Thank you." Chapter 64. Zhang Xiaohua listened to Lu Qian's words and couldn't help but be silent in her heart. That's right, in the past, no matter what she did at home, she had her family to take care of her. Now that she was far away, she had to do everything herself. Even if her second brother was by her side, she still had to take care of everything. Lu Qian saw Zhang Xiaohua's thoughtful expression and felt very gratified. She went forward and touched Xiaohua's head and said, "Take your time. I think Xiaohua will definitely be able to adapt." Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and smiled brightly. She firmly said, "I will, sister-in-law. I definitely will." Zhang Xiaolong also walked over and took out 2 banknotes. He handed them to Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Xiaohu, these are the banknotes we got in Lu Town last time. We haven't used them yet. You should take 2. No one has come to take them in such a long time, so they probably won't come." Zhang Xiaohu didn't take them. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei and said, "Father, mother, we shouldn't take these banknotes. After all, they don't belong to our family. If someone comes to take them, won't we have no money to give them? Won't we just cause trouble for our family?" Guo Sufei sighed and took out a handkerchief from her bosom. She opened it and there was some scattered silver inside. She handed it to Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Xiaohu, this is our family savings. When you go out with Xiaohua, don't be too thrifty. Everything has to be for your health. We don't need this much at home, so take it." Zhang Xiaohu took the handkerchief and wanted to take out a few to give to his mother, but Guo Sufei put the handkerchief back. Only then did she carefully wrap it up and put it in her bosom. Zhang Xiaolong saw that Zhang Xiaohu didn't take the banknotes and took out the Misty School token from his bosom and said, "Xiaohu, it's fine if you don't take the banknotes, but you must take this token. Otherwise, if you go, the Misty School won't recognize you. You'll have a better chance of finding swordswoman Shui with the token." Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, "Big brother, this token was given to us by heroine Shui to protect ourselves. We shouldn't use it for other purposes. Relying on heroine Shui's relationship to enter the Misty School isn't our own ability. I think it's better to rely on our own strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if heroine Shui misunderstood us. What's more, the bullies of Lu Town and the bandits of Shichui Mountain might come looking for us one day. It's highly likely that we'll have to rely on this token to tide over the crisis. The purpose of me and Xiaohua going to Pingyang City is to practice martial arts and protect the safety of our family. There's no reason for us to take away the life-saving item at home. Before Zhang Xiaohu could finish his words, someone outside praised, "Good ambition. Little Tiger said it well. Everything is good if you rely on your own ability. Relying on others will never be true." Everyone turned around and realized that Mr. Liu had come to send Zhang Xiaohu and the rest off. Mr. Liu walked to their side and touched Zhang Xiaohua's head with one hand and patted Zhang Xiaohu's shoulder with the other. He said with satisfaction, "You're all good children. You must be careful when you're outside. You must remember that the amount of effort you put in will be the amount of return. Don't do things that are opportunistic and don't do things that endanger your lives. Remember that you're not alone in this world. You have your parents, brothers, sisters-in-law, and other relatives watching and waiting for you. When you're outside, you must think through everything first and think carefully. Don't act blindly. It's good to be hot-blooded and impulsive, but it must be within the scope of your own abilities." After he finished speaking, he took out a banknote from his chest and handed it to Zhang Xiaohu, saying, "This is a bit of my savings. Uncle doesn't have anything to give you when you're outside. Take this in case you need it." Zhang Xiaohu still didn't dare to take it. He turned his head to look at Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei. Zhang Kai said, "In-law, there's no need for this. The money has already been given to Little Tiger. It should be enough to spend. We appreciate your kindness, but you should take the banknote." Mr. Liu chuckled and said, "In-law, it seems that you still treat me as an outsider. I'll be living with you from now on. Why do you still treat me as an outsider? I have no use for this banknote. It's better to give it to Little Tiger and let them take it. If they don't use it, they can return it to me when they come back." Lu Qian also said, "Father's words are reasonable. Little Tiger, just take it. At worst, you can return it when you get home." Zhang Kai didn't say anything else. Zhang Xiaohu thought about it and raised his hand to take the banknote. He put it in his chest and said, "Then thank you, uncle." Only then did Mr. Liu smile with satisfaction. That night, everyone sat in the central room of the Zhang family. Under the flickering oil lamp, they talked about a lot of things. Mr. Liu told them everything he knew and heard about when they were outside. Guo Sufei also told them about daily life. She told them so many things that Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua had calluses on their ears. It wasn't until everyone was yawning that they dispersed. In her grandmother's house, Zhang Xiaohua talked about her grandmother and slowly fell asleep. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohu tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. He originally didn't have any motive for going to Pingyang City. It was only because he felt that he was lacking in the matter of Lu Yeye that he wanted to explore the outside world and find his own path. After being disturbed by Zhang Xiaohua, he felt that practicing martial arts was a bright path. However, he didn't have a clear idea of how to do it. His family members had never been on a long journey and naturally didn't know. Mr. Liu and Lu Kai were both literate and didn't have any opinions on this aspect. Other than the bandits of Shichui Mountain and the evil tiger gang, there was no one else he could ask about. Zhang Xiaohua naturally could sleep soundly. He had to consider it carefully. Otherwise, when he reached Pingyang City, he would be in the dark and would have to return home after spending all his money. Suddenly, he quivered. Could it be that his father and mother had the same idea? The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua woke up early as usual. He washed his face and went to the hillside to fetch water to fill the water tank at home. He wanted to do more work for the family before he left. Guo Sufei woke up and found Zhang Xiaohua working. Her heart felt warm and her eyes reddened. While she thought about how her son had grown up, she really couldn't bear to let him go. After breakfast, Zhang Kai brought the family to pay their respects at his grandfather's and grandmother's graves before returning to pack their luggage and get ready to leave. In fact, their luggage had already been packed. They just needed to check it again. Everyone took their luggage and went out together. Mr. Liu also followed along. Most of the people in the village had gone to work in the fields. As they walked, they occasionally met some people. When they saw Zhang Xiaohu's appearance, they knew that he was going out and came over to greet him and give him some instructions. Just like that, they slowly walked to the entrance of the village. It was time to part. Zhang Xiaohu carried the slightly bigger luggage on his back while Lu Qian carried the smaller one for Zhang Xiaohua. Guo Sufei tidied up Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua's clothes. However, her tears had already flowed down. She kept telling the two of them, "Be careful when you go out. If you can't handle it, come back early." Zhang Kai didn't say anything. He looked at the two of them lovingly. His eyes were also red. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua were a little impatient. They said, "It's nothing, mother. It's just going out. Although we haven't been to Pingyang City, we have also grown up. It's time for us to see the world. Don't worry, we will take good care of ourselves." Seeing the children like this, Guo Sufei was even more worried. She said, "Son, don't be too careless. You have to be careful. Xiaohua is still young. Xiaohu, you must take good care of your younger brother. Don't let Xiaohua suffer any grievances." Zhang Xiaohu repeatedly promised his mother that he wouldn't let Zhang Xiaohua suffer. Guo Sufei didn't mention it. Zhang Kai looked at the sky and said, "Mother, don't say any more. Let them go quickly. They still have to go to Lu Town to catch the carriage. Don't delay the time." Guo Sufei thought about it and agreed. She let go. Zhang Xiaohu, Lu Qian, and Mr. Liu also went forward to give instructions. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua then carried their bags and set off. After walking a few steps, when they turned back to look, the mountain breeze blew Guo Sufei's white hair. Zhang Xiaohua's calm heart was suddenly disturbed. He, who had always felt that he was very strong, couldn't help but cry. His tears flowed down uncontrollably. Zhang Xiaohua threw down his bag, turned around, and ran back. He threw himself into his mother's arms and hugged Guo Sufei tightly. Guo Sufei also hugged her youngest son and cried. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua let go of his hand. Guo Sufei said tentatively, "Xiaohua, how about you don't go? Stay at home with your mother, okay?" Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and wiped his tears with his hand. He said, "No, mother, I must go. This is the last time I will cry. I don't want to cry anymore. I don't want to see my family cry. Even if I bleed, I don't want you to bleed. Believe in my mother, I will do it. Just you wait and see your son's efforts." Guo Sufei wiped her tears and nodded. She said, "I believe in you, Xiaohua. You will do it. You won't let us down." Zhang Kai's tears also quietly flowed down. However, he quickly wiped them away. Zhang Xiaohua looked at his family again. He wanted to remember them deeply in his heart. Then, he turned around to leave. At this time, Zhang Kai said, "Wait." Zhang Xiaohua stopped in his tracks and looked at his father strangely. Zhang Kai stepped forward and looked at his son. He opened his arms and hugged him tightly. Zhang Xiaohua smelled his father's scent and his heart was very excited. Since he was sensible, his father didn't hug him anymore. He didn't give him any face. He used to think that his father didn't like him. Now, he knew that his father's love for him was no less than his mother's. It was just that the way he loved him was different. After a while, Zhang Kai released his arms and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Go, child. Father and mother are waiting for you at home. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Father, you also have to take care of your body. Then, Zhang Xiaohua turned around and left. He picked up his bag and turned around. He waved to everyone and walked away firmly. When Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua's figures turned around a hill and disappeared, Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei were still reluctant to leave. They looked for a long time, hoping to see their son again. However, they were disappointed. The familiar figure didn't appear again. Guo Sufei asked Zhang Kai, child's father, do you think the children will suffer outside? Zhang Kai said, don't worry. When they go out and suffer, they will come back. Maybe soon, they will just go out and play. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Zhang Xiaohua's step was not a simple step out of the mountain village. It was a big step that affected the entire Jianghu. Chapter 65. It was already the middle of April and the weather was obviously hot. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua were already drenched in sweat after walking for a while. At first, both of them were thinking about their families and did not speak much. They were very quiet throughout the journey. After walking for a long time, their moods were slightly relaxed. Looking at the bright and beautiful scenery, their state of mind gradually became more open. More smiles appeared on their faces and they became more talkative. Looking at the horses galloping past them from time to time, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but ask Zhang Xiaohu, second brother, it's a long journey from Guozhuang House to Pingyang City. How long will it take for us to walk there? Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhang Xiaohua and smiled, saying, that's a distance of a few hundred miles. If we walk on foot, it will take at least 70 to 80 days. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, why so long? Won't it be cold by the time we reach Pingyang City? Zhang Xiaohu said, of course we can't walk on our own. Didn't you hear what Mr. Liu said? There are horse carriages from Lu Town to Pingyang City. When we reach Lu Town, we will first find a horse carriage to Pingyang City and pay them. Otherwise, it will really be cold by the time we reach Pingyang City. Our clothes are also not good enough, not to mention the shoes on our feet. I know that you didn't listen carefully when Mr. Liu said it. Zhang Xiaohua blushed and muttered, I don't know when Mr. Liu said it. Why didn't I know? The two of them talked as they walked and did not feel lonely. By noon, they had already reached Lu Town. It was Zhang Xiaohua's first time in Lu Town since the new year. Looking at the bustling streets, his mind was filled with thoughts. He did not know why, but he was a little distracted. His state of mind was empty and there was a slight twinkle in his eyes. The events that happened in the past half a year flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. His originally tender heart gradually matured and his youthful immaturity gradually faded. Zhang Xiaohu walked a few steps and saw that Zhang Xiaohua didn't follow. He turned around and patted him on the shoulder. What are you standing there for? It's not your first time here. It won't be too late for you to stare blankly when we reach Pingyang City. This slap woke Zhang Xiaohua up. He laughed at himself and said, I haven't been here for a long time, so I missed it. I don't know how those two bullies are doing. I don't think I'll run into them. Zhang Xiaohu carefully looked left and right, saying, who knows? This Lu town is only the size of a palm, so it's very likely that we'll encounter it. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohu's expression and said, it's all right, second brother. Don't worry. Even if we meet them, they may not be able to recognize us. After all, their attention is on eldest sister-in-law and hero one. Zhang Xiaohu also felt that he was making a mountain out of a molehill by being so careful. However, he still said, there's nothing wrong with being careful. Let's hurry and find a carriage. The earlier we leave, the safer we'll be. They asked someone by the roadside for the location of the carriage. The two of them hurried to the Biaoqi carriage, which was located in the west of Lu Town. After asking the people there carefully, they found out that the carriages in the morning had already left. The last carriage would leave in an hour. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly asked for the price and booked 2 seats. Only then did he feel relieved. Although the price of a few taels of silver made his heart ache, he still took out his money pouch from his waist and paid carefully. The two of them didn't dare to walk far. They opened their bags under a tree at the side and took out some dry food prepared by their mother. They hurriedly ate to fill their stomachs and asked for some water from the carriage. Then, they sat quietly under the tree and waited for the carriage to depart. Not long after, it was time for the carriage to depart. Those who were going to take the carriage to Pingyang City had all arrived. Including the Zhang brothers, there were a total of 7 people. There was an elderly couple, a middle-aged woman with a girl, and a young scholar. When the carriage arrived, Zhang Xiaohu was also shocked. He had never traveled far before and had never taken such a large carriage. It was actually 5 to 6 times the size of the donkey cart used by the Guozhuang house and had to be pulled by 2 horses. After parting the curtains and entering the shed, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but look around curiously. There were 8 small square tables placed in a staggered position. There were small cushions at the side which were probably meant for people to sit on. There were 2 windows in front and on both sides of the shed which were blocked by curtains. They could probably be opened. Other than that, there was nothing special. The cushions looked a little shabby. However, why would Zhang Xiaohua dislike these? He found a cushion by the window and sat down. Xiaohu also sat down beside him. Everyone else also found a place to sit down. Only the scholar frowned and looked around for a long time. He carefully took out a white cloth from his bag and spread it on the cushion before sitting down with ease. However, he quickly felt uncomfortable and looked around. When he saw Xiaohua's small square table by the window, his eyes lit up and he said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Little brother, after the carriage leaves later, I would like to read for a while. The lighting here is not good. Can you change seats with me?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't have any objections. She didn't read and chose a table by the window only because she could see outside. Seeing that the scholar was sitting at the furthest end and had lifted the curtain behind him, she thought that he would be able to see outside. Therefore, she smiled and nodded. She stood up and changed seats with him. The scholar happily cupped his hands and sat down. After everyone was seated, the carriage company staff opened the curtain and invited a strong man with a saber hanging from his waist to sit in the last seat. The carriage company's staff said to Zhang Xiaohua and the others, "This gentleman is our carriage company's Master Wang. He is responsible for the safety of everyone during the journey. If you have anything to say, feel free to tell him." The strong man cupped his hands towards everyone and said, "This one is Wang Qixing. Please take care of me during the journey." Then, an old man with a slightly hunched back and a face full of wrinkles came out from behind the carriage company's staff. He held a long whip in his hand and smiled at everyone, saying, "This old man is the coachman. I wish everyone a safe journey." After saying that, he didn't say anything else and left with a flick of his whip. The carriage company staff smiled and said, "This Master Wang has such a temper. Please don't take offense. Have a safe journey." After saying that, he put down the curtain and the carriage slowly moved. Zhang Xiaohua looked through the curtain that was lifted by the wind and looked at the receding ground. She felt that the carriage was getting faster and faster. She knew that she was getting further and further away from home. Her previous life was far away. What about the future? She was at a loss. Although she had already left home during the journey from Guozhuang House to Lu Town in the morning, she still felt that she was in her own circle of life. Once the carriage moved, she would be going to a strange world. The feeling in her heart was different and she couldn't help but feel a little blurred. However, Zhang Xiaohua kept encouraging herself in her heart. She had already said in front of her mother that this was the last time she would cry. She couldn't be a child anymore and couldn't cry. Zhang Xiaohu seemed to see the clear changes in his younger brother. He reached out and held his hand. He smiled and didn't say anything. However, Zhang Xiaohua could read the content in his eyes and her heart calmed down. Although the familiarity and peace in her heart were getting further and further away as the carriage sped along, Zhang Xiaohua also had a trace of expectation. Her heart that had just matured was becoming more and more complete. Then, what was waiting for her in front? Because they weren't familiar with each other, they didn't talk along the way. Zhang Xiaohua, who was leaning against Zhang Xiaohua, didn't know what to say to Zhang Xiaohua. He just held his hand. However, as the carriage jolted along, he didn't sleep well last night and slowly closed his eyes. His body leaned against the small square table and he fell asleep. Zhang Xiaohua pulled her hand out of second older brother's hand. She wondered if she should cover him with something. However, the afternoon weather was still very hot. There was only a slight breeze coming in through the window, so she didn't think about it. The driver of the carriage seemed to be very skilled. He was able to control the two horses very well. The carriage sped along the road, but the people inside the carriage did not feel much of a bump. Other than Zhang Xiaohua, everyone else was like Zhang Xiaohu, feeling drowsy. Zhang Xiaohua actually also wanted to sleep. On such a boring journey, they couldn't keep looking at the scenery outside. However, he was also very strange. Other than sleeping at night, he almost didn't sleep during the day. He remembered that he used to like to sleep at noon. Every afternoon after eating in the fields, he would sleep for a while under the tree. He didn't know when he had lost this habit. It was a pity that there was a big stone on the slope. He thought that it would be cool to sleep on it in the future. Alas, what was there to think about? He wouldn't go to the field on the slope in the future. He would leave it to Big Brother to sleep. Why was he still thinking about sleeping? However, Zhang Xiaohua was a little confused. He heard from Big Brother that he wouldn't wake up until dawn. What was going on? Thinking about it, it was really strange. He remembered that he used to wake up often at night. Now, it seemed that he hadn't woken up in the middle of the night for a long time. Was it because he slept too much? Moreover, there was also that dream. It was really strange. It was the same dream every day. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help shaking his head as he thought about it. He couldn't understand. Right, and his strength was really not small now. Although he didn't compete with Big Brother and Second Brother in strength, he was definitely not smaller than them. He was happy just thinking about it. He was only 13 years old. When he was the same age as his brothers, his strength would definitely be greater. It would be better to help Daddy work. Alas, why did I think about working again? It was better to learn martial arts. Protecting the safety of my family was the most important thing. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was thinking about it, the carriage ran for an afternoon. When it was dark, the speed of the carriage slowed down slightly. Everyone in the carriage woke up at this time. Zhang Xiaohu rubbed his eyes, stretched, looked out the window and asked Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, are you asleep? Where are you now?" Zhang Xiaohua said depressingly, "I didn't sleep, but I don't know where I am." Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, "That's right. If you knew, you would become an immortal." At this time, the scholar sitting next to Zhang Xiaohu said, "We're almost at Bao Town. It's a town the same size as our Lu town." Zhang Xiaohu was surprised and said, "Bao Town, this name is good. Has there been any treasure?" The young scholar was surprised as well, Then he laughed out loud and said, "Brother Tai, you are quite humorous. I have never heard of any treasures coming out of this town. This name is because a great character with the surname Bao came out of this place a long time ago, thus giving it this name." Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "Please collect, thank you." Chapter 66. Even though they were already close to Treasure Town, the sky was already dark by the time they reached it. The horse carriage stopped in front of a horse carriage shop and the guard jumped off the carriage first. While Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Kai were still confused about what was going on, the rest of the people in the carriage also alighted. The young scholar saw that the two of them were still in the carriage and said with a smile, "Since you're not alighting from the carriage for a meal and a place to stay, are you going to spend the night in the carriage?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, "Aren't we going to run all the way to Pingyang City? Why do we still need a meal and a place to stay?" The scholar smiled and said, "Even if we don't need to rest, the horses that pull us have to rest as well. Otherwise, the horses will die of exhaustion before we reach Pingyang City. Moreover, it's very dangerous to travel at night. Unless there's an emergency, no one will travel at night. This Gallop horse carriage shop has branches in every town. The route they take and the time they use are all fixed. We'll be resting here today, quickly alight." Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Kai finally understood. They secretly blamed Mr. Lu and Lu Kai for not explaining things clearly and making a fool of themselves. When the two of them alighted from the carriage and walked into the shop, the rest of the people had already found their seats and asked the waiter to prepare the food. Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Kai were just about to find a seat when they saw the scholar waving at them from a corner. The two of them looked at each other and walked over. When the two of them sat down, the scholar poured 2 cups of water for them and said, "Thank you for giving up your seat in the afternoon. I'll be the host tonight and treat the two of you to dinner. How about it?" Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "It's okay, it's just giving up your seat. It's not a big deal. Don't stand on ceremony. Let's eat separately." Seeing that the two of them did not agree, the scholar did not insist. He called the waiter over and ordered his own food. Zhang Xiaohua and the rest had never been to a restaurant before. However, Mr. Lu had already instructed them beforehand and they knew the general situation. They ordered some simple staples and looked at the price. Even though it was not very expensive, they still felt a little sorry for their money. While waiting for their meal, the scholar and Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Kai chatted for a while. They found out that the scholar was called Li Jinfeng and was a student from a certain academy in Pingyang City. He went there to study. When Zhang Xiaohua asked about the Misty School, Li Jinfeng had heard of it before. He also knew that the Misty School was very influential in Pingyang City. However, he was not too sure about the exact location. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's disappointed look, Li Jinfeng patted his chest and promised that he would help them find out about the Misty School when they reached Pingyang City. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua feel happy. After the meal, there were ready-made guest rooms and shared beds at the back of the carriage. The prices were different. Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu naturally chose the cheapest shared bed. The rest did not see them. They had probably found a quiet guest room. The bedding and other things in the shared bed were not very clean and the smell was very unpleasant. There were already many people snoring inside. However, these were not things that Zhang Xiaohua could be picky about. He was indeed tired and fell asleep as soon as he lay on the bed. Only Zhang Xiaohu was left to pack carefully before lying down to sleep. Pingyang City, in the meeting hall of the Misty School. Large candles the size of children's arms lit up the entire hall as if it was daytime. Peng sat majestically on the chair in the middle. The 2 rows of seats below him were not only occupied by the 6 ethereal tigers. The other chairs were also filled with people. There were also many people standing behind the chairs with their hands clasped behind their backs. There were also countless sect members standing upright outside the hall. It seemed like a big battle. Everyone in the meeting hall was discussing something in low voices. The buzzing sound was incessant. Oh Ping frowned and coughed. The hall immediately quieted down and everyone looked at Oh Peng. Oh Peng looked around at everyone. His eyes landed on Shangwan Laosi and asked, Junior brother Shangwan, have the preparations for the attack on the Luo Book sect been completed? Shangwan Laosi stood up and said, reporting to Sect Master, after nearly 2 months of careful planning, our sect's elites are already guarding the key areas of the Luo Book sect. We are just waiting for Sect Master's orders to launch the attack. I believe that our sect will definitely succeed. Oh Ping then asked Zhang Qingyue, how's the recruitment of disciples? Zhang Qingyue hurriedly went forward and bowed, reporting to Sect Master, we have recruited about 400 children with talent for martial arts in the past 2 months. They have been handed over to the specialized brothers for training. Uncle Master Shangwan is mobilizing the sect members and the sect is a little short on manpower. I have already transferred a large number of people from the Lotus Flower Escort Agency to fill in the gaps. Oh Ping nodded in satisfaction and said, we still have to pay attention to the safety of the sect. Don't play the game of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. In addition, the Lotus Flower Escort Agency is short on manpower. Quickly fill in the gaps. Zhang Qingyue continued, this disciple understands. We have already begun recruiting at the beginning of this month. Oh Ping said, not bad, you have done well. Qingyue, while we are away, you will temporarily take over the sect's affairs. We will leave your Uncle Master Hu here. If there are any questions, we will ask him. Zhang Qingyue lowered his head and agreed. Oh Ping turned to Boss Hu and said, Big brother, how about you stay here and watch over the rear for us? Boss Hu laughed heartily and said, all right, these old bones of mine should also rest. Then, Oh Ping stood up and said to everyone, all right, since everything has been arranged, let's issue the order. We will now begin the attack on the Luo Book sect. Once we take Luo Shui, our Misty School will be able to join the ranks of the top sections. After saying this, he waved his hand and everyone in the meeting hall began to get busy. The same order was sent to different places, and that was just one sentence, begin the attack. Then, Oh Ping smiled and said to his fellow disciples and second-generation disciples, let's go. We will also take a look at the Luo Shui sect's trump card. Let's see what they have to resist the Misty School. After saying this, he led the way out of the meeting hall. In the square outside the meeting hall, horses had already been prepared. Everyone followed Oh Peng onto the horses and under Oh Peng's lead, the group set off under the cover of the night. In Bao Town's galloping horse carriage, everyone who had been on the move all day was sleeping soundly. The sound of snoring rose and fell one after another. It was a spectacular sight. Suddenly, in the silent night sky, there was the sound of scolding, weapons clashing, and the faint sound of fists and feet hitting each other. The group of people who had been disturbed from their good sleep were very angry. Their sleepy eyes hadn't even opened the window when someone with a fiery temper started to curse, that little bastard is so restless. He actually dares to disturb our sleep. Does he not want to live anymore? This curse was very loud in the night sky and traveled very far. Zhang Xiaohu was also startled awake. Before he could sit up, he heard a so sound, followed by a peng sound. Something was nailed to a pillar in the room. Everyone used the bright moonlight to take a closer look. It turned out that an arrow had been shot in through the window. Everyone quivered and no longer felt sleepy. At this time, a shout came from outside, the brothers of the evil tiger sect are doing something here. Those who have nothing to do with it, don't interfere. Those who should sleep, sleep. Those who don't sleep, shut your stinky mouths. In an instant, many people quickly covered their mouths. Their eyes were filled with fear. The sound of fighting continued outside. In the end, everyone couldn't hold back their curiosity. Some people secretly leaned on the window sill and stuck half of their heads out. Some people looked through the hole in the wall and saw the scene outside. On the street outside, there were two groups of people fighting. Some had weapons, some were bare-handed. The fight was very intense. From time to time, screams could be heard. Although there was moonlight, it wasn't very clear. After fighting for a while, perhaps because one side couldn't hold on, someone whistled. The group of people scattered and fled the street. There were also a few people who used their qinggong to run over the horse carriage. Everyone was so scared that they shrunk their necks and hid in the darkness. Only when they were far away did they stick their heads out again. At this time, the street was already quiet. However, there were many scattered shadows in the middle of the street. It seemed like they didn't have time to clean up the corpses. However, no one dared to ask for confirmation. A timid person whispered, "It's fine now. Hurry and close the window. Let's go to sleep." There were also bold people who said, "Let's see if someone will come to clean up the corpses." Zhang Xiaohu also saw this through the hole in the wall. He silently walked back to the bunk and looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was still sleeping. He secretly thought, the ignorant are really fearless. Is this Jianghu? Learning martial arts and entering such a cruel Jianghu. Is this what I want? Zhang Xiaohu thought like this and slowly fell asleep. The other people on the bunk were talking about something. They were very excited, but they didn't know when they quieted down. In the early morning of the next day, the sky was gloomy, but Zhang Xiaohua still woke up on time. Looking at Zhang Xiaohu's red eyes and the dispirited expressions of the other people in the room, she asked carefully and found out what happened last night. When Zhang Xiaohua and the others went out to the street to look, the street had been cleaned up, leaving no trace. Only the arrow on the pillar of the bunk could prove that something unusual had happened last night. The people who stayed in the carriage came from all directions. After breakfast, they still went to all directions. When Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua got on the carriage, they found that the two old people who sat in the carriage yesterday didn't sit in this carriage. Instead, they were replaced by a middle-aged man dressed in scholarly clothes. Under the control of the horse, the carriage ran very smoothly. Zhang Xiaohua chatted idly and continued to look at the scenery outside. The man dressed in scholarly clothes was chatting happily with the young scholar, but Zhang Xiaohua didn't really understand what they were talking about. Zhang Xiaohu, who was very excited yesterday, was unusually quiet today. Zhang Xiaohua thought that second brother didn't sleep well last night. In fact, Zhang Xiaohu was thinking about everything that he saw last night, thinking about his and Zhang Xiaohua's future. The spacious carriage sped along the road to Pingyang City. The people on the carriage changed a few times. Only Zhang Xiaohua and his brother, the young scholar, Li Jinfeng, and the guard didn't change. This afternoon, they went to another town to rest. According to the guard, this town was the last place to rest. In the afternoon, the carriage would finish its last journey and reach Pingyang City. Chapter 67. When the carriage started moving again, two people boarded it. One of them was a young man dressed in a brocade robe with a folding fan in his hand. He looked very dashing. The other was a plump young man with his small eyes darting around. Obviously, the two of them did not know each other and found their own seats. It seemed that birds of a feather flocked together. Not long after the carriage started moving, the young scholar, Li Jinfeng, started chatting with the young man in brocade robe. The people around them also knew that the young man's surname was Shengguan and his given name was Yun. He came from Su town. However, they did not know each other well and did not tell him why they were going to Pingyang City. Shang Guanyun seemed to be very arrogant. He only talked to Li Jinfeng and ignored Zhang Xiaohua and the rest. Sometimes, he would even frown when he saw Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu might be thinking about something and did not notice it. However, Zhang Xiaohua saw it clearly. Zhang Xiaohua was also very puzzled. He even lowered his head to look at his own clothes and his second brother's clothes. There was nothing special about them. They were all new clothes that their mother had made for them before they left. This made Zhang Xiaohua very confused. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua did not understand. From his and Zhang Xiaohu's clothes and manners, anyone with a little bit of knowledge could tell that they came from the countryside. It was probably their first time traveling. At first, the few people who came before them were from ordinary families. Although they looked down on them, they did not show it on their faces. As for Li Jinfeng, a scholar, he was particular about self-restraint and would not show it on his face. However, Shang Guanyun was different. He came from a rich family. Although he was not a foppish playboy, the servants in his family dressed better and behaved better than Zhang Xiaohua and the rest. This time, he did not use his own carriage and took the carriage of the horse and carriage company to gain experience. As soon as he got on the carriage, he saw two people who were obviously from the countryside sitting in front of him. Naturally, he would show his impatience. In fact, it was not out of malice, but it made Zhang Xiaohua confused. Fatty, who was sitting at the side, saw Shang Guanyun's expression and also looked in the direction of Zhang Xiaohua. He pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes. It was unknown who he was pursing his lips for. However, seeing that he wanted to interrupt a few times to talk to Shang Guanyun, his face was probably mostly for Zhang Xiaohua. Shang Guanyun chatted with Li Jinfeng for a while and suddenly asked, "Brother Li, you have been studying in Pingyang City for a long time. Do you know of the Lotus Escort Agency?" Li Jinfeng was stunned and said, "I do. Almost everyone in Pingyang City knows of this escort agency. It is located in the west of Pingyang City and occupies a large area. It is said that it is very powerful and has opened many strongholds in the Yu Nation." "Brother Shangguan, why did you suddenly mention the Lotus Escort Agency? Could it be that you have business to take care of?" At this moment, Fatty at the side finally found a chance to interrupt. He cupped his hands and said, "May I ask if young Master Shangguan is also going to take the exam for the Lotus Escort Agency?" Shang Guanyun looked at Fatty in surprise and asked, "May I ask, are you going as well?" That Fatty said, "I am Yuluin. I am heading to the Lotus Escort Agency." Shang Guanyun smiled and said, "I didn't expect that there would be a comrade beside me. Sorry for the disrespect. However, I wonder if Brother Yu has been to the Lotus Escort Agency before?" Yuluin said, "I have been to Pingyang City before. Unfortunately, I was busy playing and didn't have the chance to go there. I heard that the Lotus Escort Agency is recruiting, so I came to try my luck and see if I can be selected. However, Brother Shangguan's family background seems to be good. Why are you here at the escort agency?" Shang Guanyun smiled bitterly and said, "I sneaked out secretly. My family forced me to study, but I feel dizzy when I see those books. A few days ago, I heard the guards under me talking about the Lotus Escort Agency and felt that it was good, so I came to give it a try. I thought that since I have been practicing martial arts since I was young, there shouldn't be any problems. When I have learned real skills and returned home, I won't have to look at my old man's face anymore." After saying that, he seemed to feel that he had gone overboard and hurriedly said to Li Jinfeng, "Brother Li, it's not that you scholars are good. It's just that I have no interest in studying. Please don't take it to heart." Li Jinfeng smiled and said, "I won't. Everyone has their own aspirations. There's no harm in saying it. However, he was cursing in his heart. A bunch of reckless martial artists. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua asked timidly, "May I ask, does this Lotus Escort Agency have anything to do with the Lotus Escort Agency in Lu Town?" Sheng Guanyun looked at him and didn't say anything. Instead, it was Yuluan who said, "This little brother must have come from Lu Town. That Lotus Escort Agency is a very large escort agency and has bases in various places. Lu Town naturally has one." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Oh, I know this. I still want to ask more." Yuluan smiled and said, "Little brother, there's no harm in saying it. I will definitely tell you what I know." The fatty's puffed up cheeks made him look like a good teacher. Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Then, what does the escort agency do?" Bang! Fatty Yuluan fell down on the carriage, his head hitting the roof of the carriage. Li Jinfeng and Sheng Guanyun also had their mouths wide open. They looked at Zhang Xiaohua in shock. Xiaohua was very puzzled. "What's wrong with you guys? You guys don't know what an escort agency does either." At this moment, the guard at the side said, "Little brother, this is your first time going out." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. The guard said, "This escort agency is a group of people who know martial arts. They escort ordinary people's belongings or protect other people's safety." Zhang Xiaohua nodded as if she didn't understand, but thought in her heart, "Hero Lu said that if our family needs something, we can take the token to Lu Town's Lotus Escort Agency. That Lotus Escort Agency must be related to the Misty School." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohua asking these questions from the side. His face was a bit red. He didn't really understand these questions, but he was too embarrassed to ask. Since Zhang Xiaohua asked, it was a good opportunity for him to listen. At this moment, Fatty Yuluan sat up. Sheng Guanyun and Li Jinfeng also closed their mouths. However, Zhang Xiaohua asked again, "Then do Big Brother Shengguan and Big Brother Yu go to the escort agency as guards?" The three people once again lost their composure. Yuluan laughed and said, "Little brother, it's like this. The Lotus Escort Agency not only provides guards for others, they also teach people martial arts. We go to the Lotus Escort Agency to learn martial arts." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu's eyes lit up. They looked at each other, already having a plan in their hearts. Zhang Xiaohua asked again, "Big Brother Yu, how does the Lotus Escort Agency choose people?" Yuluan said, "It's nothing more than strength, fists, and weapons. I'm not too sure about the specifics, we'll know when we go." Zhang Xiaohu heard this and secretly remembered it in his heart. Sheng Guanyun was already impatient and said, "Why are you asking so much? Don't tell me you want to go too." Yuluan said, "Little brother is too young, so they probably won't accept you. You, as the older brother, can go try." Zhang Xiaohu said, "Really?" Yuluan blinked and said, "Really, you have no problem." Zhang Xiaohu was happy and asked, "Then when you go tomorrow, can you bring me along? We don't know how to get there." Yuluan smiled and said, "That's not a problem, we'll go together tomorrow." Following that, Yuluan and the other two began to talk about culture and customs. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua couldn't get a word in edgewise. Both of them looked outside happily, as if they could see the light of tomorrow. It was a pity that as it was their first time out, they didn't see the disdain between Sheng Guanyun's brows and the sneer in Yuluan's eyes. Only the guard saw this, but he also knew that it was their first time out and they would definitely hit a wall. Since it wasn't a big deal, he didn't specially remind them. The horse carriage arrived at Pingyang City at night. The Zhang brothers had originally wanted to see what Pingyang City looked like, but when they saw the pitch-black night sky, this idea had long been extinguished. They could only look at the huge city gate in the dark, like a monster swallowing the horse carriage whole, and the lanterns in front of the houses by the roadside swaying in the wind. The horse carriage traveled a long distance into the city before stopping at a secluded place. Everyone alighted from the carriage. As expected, there was a sign of a Gallop Horse Carriage Company. It must be the Horse Carriage Company of Pingyang City. It was already late at night. The staff of the Horse Carriage Company invited everyone into the store. Everyone ate hastily and went to rest. The Zhang brothers naturally stayed in the shared bunks. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know where Yu Luan and the other two were staying. Originally, she wanted to remind them about going to the Lotus Escort Agency together tomorrow, but seeing how tired they were, Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth but didn't call out to them. The shared bunks of the Horse Carriage Company in Pingyang City were cleaner than other places and there weren't many people. The Zhang brothers couldn't care less. After a tiring day, they couldn't wait to go to bed. Zhang Xiaohua even fell asleep immediately on the bunk. Zhang Xiaohu, on the other hand, carefully placed the bundle under his head before falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, the two of them woke up very early. After breakfast, they waited at the entrance for Yu Luan and the other two. However, after waiting for a long time, they still didn't see Yu Luan and the other two. The two of them panicked and went inside to inquire. It was only then that they found out that after young Master Shengguan had checked in last night, he had felt uncomfortable staying in the inn and had asked Yu Luan and Li Jinfeng to look for another inn together. This scholarly Jinfeng patted his chest and fatty Yu Luan's promise immediately turned into bubbles. The two brothers couldn't help but look at each other. Why was this person so untrustworthy? The two of them were contemplating whether to go to the Misty School or the Lotus Escort Agency. In the end, they decided to listen to Zhang Xiaohu and still go to the Misty School. However, where was the Misty School? The two of them went to look for the staff of the Horse Carriage Company to inquire. Fortunately, the staff's attitude was good. That Misty School's reputation was also prominent. It was easy to find out that the Misty School wasn't in Pingyang City, but in the Ethereal Heights, which was 10 miles east of the city. This horse carriage company was in the northwest corner of Pingyang City. They needed to pass through Pingyang City and exit from the east gate. They only left the horse carriage company after they had ascertained the route. The horse carriage company was in a remote area in the northwest corner of Pingyang City. Although the sun was high up in the sky, there weren't many people in the vicinity. After the two of them had walked for a while, they passed through an alley and turned a corner. Both of them couldn't help but stop in their tracks. Zhang Xiaohu looked at everything in front of him and asked Zhang Xiaohu in puzzlement, "Second brother, don't tell me it's the new year again." Chapter 68. In front of the Zhang brothers was a wide road that was 2 to 3 times wider than the streets of Lu Town. Countless shops lined the sides of the road and the streets were bustling with activity. The sound of hawking was incessant and it was extremely lively. It was practically a replica of the streets of Lu Town during the New Year. It was no wonder that the Zhang brothers misunderstood. They had never seen such a scene on a normal day. Zhang Xiaohu scratched his head and said, "It's already a hot day. Where did the new year come from?" Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and said, "That's right. This Pingyang City is really lively. If we didn't come and take a look, we wouldn't have known." Although the things in front of them were very fresh, the two of them had been out for a few days and knew that they had not seen much in the past. Many things were kept in mind and they slowly digested and accepted. They had gotten used to such a lively scene after a while. Actually, Zhang Xiaohua did not realize it himself. The speed at which he accepted new things from the outside world and his vision had slowly surpassed that of a 13-year-old child. Perhaps this was maturity. After all, Zhang Xiaohu was old. He had heard about the prosperity of the outside world from others. He had also imagined it in his heart in the past, but it was all based on Lu Town. Although what he had seen today was bigger than what he had expected, he was still able to accept it very quickly. The two of them walked among the crowd curiously, looking here and there from time to time. At first, they were still a little reserved. However, they soon realized that although many of these people were dressed in bright clothes, there were also many who were dressed plainly like them. The crowd's gaze did not linger on them for too long. Even the shop assistants at the shops along the street were attentively inviting them. Hence, they soon relaxed. However, after walking for a short while, the two of them were stunned again. Why? They were lost and did not know where to go. It was as if they had long deviated from the route that the carriage assistants had given them. Since they were lost, they naturally had to ask someone for directions. The two of them wondered who they should ask. At this time, a young man came from behind and squeezed between the two of them, saying as he walked, "Excuse me, excuse me." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he casually turned sideways to let the person pass. However, when the person passed by, he suddenly reached out and touched Zhang Xiaohu's waist. He immediately took Zhang Xiaohu's small money bag. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu was still looking around, looking for the person who asked for directions. Zhang Xiaohua's senses were very sensitive now. He saw this situation from the corner of his eye and quickly stepped forward to block the person. He raised his hand and grabbed the person's wrist that was holding the money bag. He said sternly, "What are you doing?" The young man's age and height were about the same as Zhang Xiaohu's. Looking at the child who was a head shorter than him and the hand that grabbed his wrist, he said casually, "Nothing." Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Then why are you holding my second brother's money pouch?" The young man sneered and said, "How is this your family's money pouch? It's obviously in my hands. It's mine." After saying this, he forcefully shook off Zhang Xiaohua's hand and tried to pull his hand away. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him do as he wished? He exerted a little force on his hand. "Ouch, ouch." The young man immediately cried out and begged for mercy, "Young master, please have mercy. Be gentle, be gentle. My wrist is going to break." Zhang Xiaohu also noticed the abnormality. He snatched his money pouch from the man's hand and opened it to see if there was any money missing. Seeing that her second brother had taken the money pouch, Zhang Xiaohua naturally let go of her hand. At this time, a few people ran from behind and passed by Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua, bumping into them. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be puzzled. Why were these people so reckless? What was so urgent? But when they ran over, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. The people who had stolen the money pouch just now were gone. The Zhang brothers looked at each other again. It seemed that the people behind them were in cahoots with the thief in front of them. They carefully checked again. Fortunately, they didn't lose anything, so the two didn't take it to heart. But because of this, they developed a sense of distrust towards the people here. Even when they asked for directions, they found a very friendly-looking old granny. After asking for directions, the two brothers continued to move forward. This Pingyang city was really big. After walking for the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, they still hadn't reached the east gate. The two of them weren't tired, but the weather was too hot and crowded. Both of them were thirsty. When they reached a corner, they happened to see a shed selling herbal tea by the roadside. It was a big bowl of thirst-quenching herbal tea that cost 1 copper coin. The two of them were overjoyed. They hurried over and drank a big bowl each. After paying the bill, they asked for directions in detail. The two of them were about to leave when suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua pulled Zhang Xiaohu back. She pointed to a person in front and said in a low voice, "Second brother, look at that person in front. Is he the one who stole our money pouch just now?" Zhang Xiaohu looked carefully and shook his head, saying, "I can't see clearly. When the money pouch was stolen just now, I didn't pay attention either. I didn't see what the person looked like and was taken away. Zhang Xiaohua said with certainty, there should be no mistake. It's him. Zhang Xiaohu was a little doubtful, are you sure? Don't accuse him wrongly. Besides, we don't have any evidence now. There's no way we can catch him. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, second brother, why are you looking at him? He's staring at the girl's money pouch in front of him. Zhang Xiaohu looked again. Indeed, a girl was walking in front of the young man. She was holding a pot of unknown flowers in her hands and a small emerald green money pouch on her waist swayed continuously as the girl walked. Wasn't the young man staring at the money pouch? As he looked, the young man quickened his pace. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly threw the small bundle in her hands to Zhang Xiaohu and said, help me hold it, second brother. Watch how I catch the thief. At this time, the young thief had already run to the girl's side. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the money bag in his hand. Then, he ran away. The girl also felt it and shouted anxiously, my money bag, you hateful thief. However, she was holding the flower pot in her hands. How could she chase after him? She could only stomp her feet and secretly say, I'll let you hold it first. Later, I'll let third uncle take care of you. The girl was vexed. Zhang Xiaohua, who was brave for justice, rushed over and said, wait a moment. I'll help you get it back. After saying that, she chased after the thief's back. While running, she shouted, catch the thief who stole something. When the thief heard someone shouting, he turned around and saw that it was the person who grabbed his wrist. Thinking about the bruise on his wrist, he immediately quickened his pace, wanting to get rid of Zhang Xiaohua's pursuit. In the thief's mind, Zhang Xiaohua was just a little brat. Although he was strong, he could run faster than an adult. It wouldn't take long for him to run away. However, Zhang Xiaohua was the exception. After chasing him for a few streets, the thief was a little tired. When he looked back, he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was still chasing him. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. Then, he looked around and saw that because he ran far away, his brothers who were covering for him didn't come over. The thief couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He rolled his eyes and threw the money pouch in his hand into an alley. Then, he ran in the opposite direction. Zhang Xiaohua chased him to this place and had to pick up the money pouch first. When he came back, the thief had already disappeared into the alley. However, Zhang Xiaohua's purpose was just to get the money pouch back. He didn't want to catch the thief, so he went back the way he came. Fortunately, the girl who chased him wasn't too far away. Zhang Xiaohua could go back according to his memory. He saw that the girl was still waiting at the same place. Taking the money pouch that Zhang Xiaohua handed over, the girl smiled and said, thank you. Looking at the girl with braided hair and wearing red and green clothes, Zhang Xiaohua blushed slightly and hurriedly said, it's okay. He wanted to steal our things just now. However, this person is very cunning. We didn't catch him and let him run away. The girl said, it's okay. It's okay to get the money pouch back. Thank you. I'll go first. There are still people waiting for me over there. After saying that, the little girl smiled at Zhang Xiaohua again, turned around, and walked east. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu also came over and praised Zhang Xiaohua with a smile, Xiaohua, you're really good. You can even get the money pouch back. However, you're still young. If there's a fight, you won't be a match for him. Next time, let me chase him. Zhang Xiaohua took his small bag and said, it's okay, second brother. I think I'm very good now. I just chased him for so long, but I'm not tired. Zhang Xiaohu thought that his brother was bragging, but he didn't expose him. He also smiled and said, that's right. Xiaohua has grown up. Of course, you're very good. While talking and laughing, the two also walked to the east. Coincidentally, they were just behind the girl. After walking for a while, the girl looked back and saw that the two were also walking behind her. She stopped. When the two were close, she asked, "It seems that we're on the way. Where are you going?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "We want to go to the Ethereal Heights." Ethereal Heights. The girl was stunned. "What are you going to do there?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "We want to learn martial arts." Learn martial arts. To the Ethereal Heights. The girl was even more stunned. "I haven't heard that the Ethereal Heights is recruiting disciples." However, the girl said, "It's still far from the Ethereal Heights." "How are you going to get there?" "Walk there." Zhang Xiaohua blushed a little and said, "Yes, it's our first time here. We don't know how to get there." The girl smiled and said, "How about this? I'm on the way as well. Follow me. I'll send you there as a thank you for helping me get my purse back. How about that?" Zhang Xiaohua said happily, "Okay, then I'll thank you too." Indeed, there was a horse carriage parked by the roadside not far ahead. There were already many flower pots on the carriage, but there was still some empty space in the carriage. After the girl and the Zhang brothers sat down, the carriage then moved slowly. Sitting in the carriage, the three of them had a simple conversation and knew each other's names. Zhang Xiaohua also knew that this girl was called Qiu Tong. She was a servant in a villa. She came out to buy some bonsai for the villa and didn't talk much about other things. She only listened to Qiu Tong's introduction of the situation in Pingyang City and the surrounding places of interest. Chapter 69. The Misty Mountain Villa was indeed far away. The carriage left the city gate and traveled east for nearly the time it took for a stick of incense to burn before arriving at a straight road. The carriage stopped and the three people got off. Qiu Tong pointed to the road and said, "If you go further, you will reach the Misty Mountain Villa. I can't send you any further. I live in the Huanxi Mountain Villa. If you have the chance, you can come and play with me." Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu said some words of thanks before Qiu Tong got on the carriage. The carriage turned around and slowly went back. Qiu Tong waved goodbye to the two people in the carriage. The Zhang brothers looked at the wide and straight road and the huge trees beside it. They couldn't help but feel a sense of solemnity in their hearts. The two people took a deep breath and strode forward. After walking for a short while, they saw the tall archway in the distance. When they got closer, they could clearly see the big Misty on the archway. Wasn't that the two words on the token? The two brothers' hearts beat faster. They could see hope in front of their eyes. Below the decorated archway stood a few men with sabers strapped to their backs. Another man was patrolling on the left and right. He should be the leader. It was noon, and the Zhang brothers were the only ones walking on the main road under the sun. Naturally, they had seen them long ago. Seeing that the two of them were still moving forward, the man walked up to them. He raised his right hand and stopped the two of them from moving forward. His eyes looked at the two of them for a long time before he said, "Please wait a moment. Up ahead is an important place for our gang." Zhang Xiaohu came forward and asked with a fist salute, "Excuse me, is this the Misty Mountain Villa?" The man looked at Zhang Xiaohu suspiciously and replied, "It is the Misty Mountain Villa." Zhang Xiaohu said happily, "Great, we are looking for the Misty Mountain Villa." The man took a step back warily and asked, "Excuse me, what can I do for you, friend?" Zhang Xiaohu said, "We came to the Misty School to learn from a master." That person stared blankly, as if he had seen something funny. He looked at Zhang Xiaohu, and the guards who had been standing upright a moment ago also looked at the two of them with strange expressions. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, Why? We're from Lu Town, and we're here to learn. That person couldn't hold it in any longer and laughed while clutching his stomach. He pointed at the two of them and said, "Apprenticeship. You." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The guards also bent over in laughter. Some of them even sat on the ground as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. The Zhang brothers didn't understand why everyone was laughing, so they could only stand there obediently. When everyone was done laughing, they carefully asked, "What are you laughing at?" This sentence caused the crowd to burst into laughter again. However, when they stopped laughing again, the leader said, "Another two pitiful creatures attracted by the legends of the martial world." Then, she waved at them and said, "The Misty School has been recruiting disciples for a while now. You guys should go home." Zhang Xiaohua was anxious and said, "We came here from Lu Town and spent a lot of money. How can we go home?" Zhang Xiaohu was also stunned. He didn't think about it before coming. He thought that he could learn martial arts by coming here. Who knew that they were not recruiting disciples? What could he do? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohu thought of something and said to the leader, "Brother, I know your school's Wenwen. Can you take us to see him?" The leader looked at him and said, "Our Misty School has a person called Wenwen. However, many people know his name. This doesn't mean that you know him." When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he felt that there was hope and said, "Just say that you are the Zhang brothers from Lu Town. I believe he has some impression of you." The leader said, "Unfortunately, even if you know Wenwen, I can't take you to see him because he is not in the villa." Zhang Xiaohu was disappointed. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua interrupted and said, "Then, what about Lu Yuming?" The leader said, "Hey, you know a lot. However, Lu Yuming is not in the villa. There is no other way. Alas, in fact, even if you know them, they will not let you apprentice to a master. You should go back quickly and live a good life farming at home." The leader's eyes were sharp. He had already seen through the identity of the two farmers. The Zhang brothers still wanted to say something, but the leader said, "This is the entrance of Misty Mountain Villa. It has always been forbidden for strangers to approach and make noise. It is still a sensitive time. It is wrong for me to say so much to you. You should stop pestering and leave early." When the two heard this, they were very depressed. They had no choice but to slowly walk away dejectedly. At this time, one of the guards standing guard whispered to the leader, "Leader, these two people said the names of several of our core disciples. Could it be that they really know them? Although it is a joke to apprentice to a master, if we let the bosses know that the people they know were looking for them and were driven away by us, wouldn't that offend them?" The leader could not help but ponder. Another guard next to him said, "I heard that the Lotus Flower Escort Agency is recruiting people. Let them try. If they fail and go home, the bosses will know. It can be considered as us pointing the way. They can't blame us." When the leader heard this, his eyes lit up and he said, "These words make sense. You are still the smart one." After he finished speaking, he hurriedly caught up with the Zhang brothers who had just walked away and shouted, "Brothers, take care." Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohua were walking forward dejectedly. When they heard someone call them, they immediately stopped and asked, "What, are we allowed to go in?" The leader smiled and said, "Going in is absolutely out of the question. However, the two little brothers are here to apprentice to a master. I will show you the way." Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu's eyes lit up and they asked in unison, "Where is the way?" The leader said, "There is a Lotus Flower Escort Agency in Pingyang City. They are currently recruiting people. You can try. If you are hired, there will naturally be people who will teach you martial arts." When the two heard this, they realized that this was the place that Sheng Guanyun and Yu Luan had gone to. It seemed that Yu Luan and Zhang Xiaohua were telling the truth. They had only thought about coming to Ethereal Mountain Villa in the morning and had completely forgotten about the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. It seemed that they had no choice but to settle for second best today. The two hurriedly thanked the leader for his guidance and asked in detail about the location of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency before waving goodbye. It was already afternoon and the sun was blazing. The food that they had eaten in the morning had long been digested. Zhang Xiaohua was famished and Zhang Xiaohu was not much better. Fortunately, there were still scattered families in front of Ethereal Mountain Villa. There were also many people who were making a living here. The two brothers found a small shop and hastily ate some food. When they came, they had taken a ride. Although it was far away, there were people to talk to and they did not feel too bored. When they went back, it was just the two of them. They chatted one after another. It was fine when there was a shady place, but when they were exposed to the sun, it was really unbearable. There were not many people walking on the road from Ethereal Mountain Villa to Pingyang City. Even if there were, they were riding horses or sitting in carriages. These people were also in a hurry and no one paid attention to the two brothers walking on the road. When the two brothers walked to the vicinity of Pingyang City, they were already sweating profusely. However, when they saw the outline of the city gate, the two immediately became spirited and their footsteps quickened. Fortunately, the Lotus Flower Escort Agency was near the city gate and it was easy to find out. Not long after, the two brothers arrived in front of a large door. This was a very large door. In front of the door, there were two lion statues, one on each side of the door. It looked very imposing. A black plaque hung above the door. On it, there were 4 large golden words. Zhang Xiaohua recognized the second word, Hua. It was probably Lotus Flower Escort Agency. There were also a few people standing at the door. However, they were all dressed in plain clothes and did not have any swords hanging from their waists. The two brothers walked up the stairs and immediately, one of them came up to greet them. That person looked at the two brothers' attire and could not help but frown slightly. However, he still asked with a smile, "May I ask if the two brothers are here to find guards or to find someone to deliver the goods?" Fortunately, he had heard about the escort agency from Yuluan previously. Zhang Xiaohu did not make a fool of himself. He also cupped his fists and said, "The two of us brothers are here to learn from the Lotus Flower Escort Agency." That person sized up Zhang Xiaohu and nodded, saying, "Please wait a moment." Then, he shouted to the back, "Xiao Si, come and bring these two to the side room. They're here to learn martial arts." Behind them, a very smart and thin manservant answered and ran over, leading the Zhang brothers through the door. Inside the door was a very spacious area. There were many weapons placed on one side of the area. There were also some stone locks and other objects placed in the corner. At this time, the sun was still very strong and there were not many people in the area. The people practicing martial arts should still be resting. That manservant brought the Zhang brothers to a row of houses on the right side of the area. He walked to the second door and carefully knocked on the door. After a while, a hoarse voice asked from inside, "Who is it? Come in." The manservant pushed open the door and brought the Zhang brothers into the room. The room looked like a study. Behind the desk sat a man in his 40s. He was dressed like a scholar and his eyes were hazy. It looked like he had just taken an afternoon nap. Of course, this person who was disturbed from his good sleep was not very happy. He sized up everyone and asked unhappily, "Xiao Si, what's the matter?" That manservant quickly smiled apologetically and said, "Master Wen, these two are here to learn from a master. Can you make the arrangements?" When Master Wen heard this, he waved his hand and said, "I know. You can go." The manservant smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Master Wen. I'll go out now." Then, he said to Zhang Xiaohu, this is fourth master one of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. He's in charge of recruiting people. You can listen to his arrangements. Zhang Xiaohu cupped his fists in thanks. That manservant left and closed the door behind him. Fourth Master Wen looked at the two's attire and frowned. However, he still took a book from the left side of the table and flipped it open. He asked for the two's names and wrote them down with a brush. Then he asked, "Do you want to live in the escort agency or outside?" Zhang Xiaohu said, "Of course we'll live in the escort agency." Fourth Master Wen nodded and said, "That's good. The tuition fee for a year of martial arts is 50 taels of silver. Food and lodging is 30 taels of silver. The two of you will be paying 160 taels of silver. Bring the banknotes over." When Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua heard this, they were dumbfounded. Chapter 70. Silver. The two brothers asked in unison, "We need to pay silver to learn martial arts." Hearing this, fourth Master Wen's expression changed drastically. He slammed the brush in his hand on the table and said angrily, "If you don't pay silver, who will teach you? Looking at you, are you trying to fool me?" The Zhang brothers said that they didn't dare. Then, Zhang Xiaohu told him about how the ethereal villa's guards had asked them to come over. Only then did fourth Master Wen's anger subside slightly. He picked up the teacup on the table and drank some water before speaking. "Looks like the guards made a mistake. You can't be blamed for this." Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, "May I ask fourth master, where exactly did you make a mistake?" Looking at Zhang Xiaohu's respectful manner, fourth Master Wen cleared his throat and said with the air of a good teacher, "Seeing that you've come from afar, I'll explain it to you briefly. There is usually a martial arts school to learn from. You have to pay tuition fees, eat and stay at the martial arts school, and of course, you have to pay for food and lodging. Our Lotus Flower Escort Agency is the largest agency in Pingyang City, so we don't have our own martial arts school. Our agency also functions as a martial arts school and usually recruits people to learn martial arts. However, it's wrong for you to go to the ethereal villa to learn martial arts. Martial arts schools recruit people regardless of age. They look at the foundation and comprehension of martial arts and usually accept people. However, the best age to start learning martial arts is 5 or 6 years old. It's very difficult to become successful in martial arts in the future. The martial arts school recruits people to teach normal martial arts routines, while the villa recruits disciples from the Misty School. Usually, they only recruit 5 or 6 years old children. They definitely won't accept you if you go there. At this point, the Zhang brothers' expressions changed drastically. They originally thought that they would stay at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency for a while and still want to join the ethereal villa. It looked like they had thought too simply. Zhang Xiaohua asked nervously, "Then fourth master, why did the villa's guards ask us to come here?" Fourth Master Wen smiled and stroked his beard, saying, "Other than recruiting people from the martial arts school, the Lotus Flower Escort Agency's main business is of course the escort agency's business. During this period, the agency is short of manpower and needs to recruit some escorts and bodyguards." I guess that's what he meant. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly asked, "Do we need to pay?" Fourth Master Wen said, "The bodyguards and armed escorts work for the escort agency. Of course, they don't have to pay money. They are paid every month." Zhang Xiaohua asked again, "Can I learn martial arts?" Fourth Master Wen said, "Yes, of course one must have martial arts skills to protect oneself. How can one not learn martial arts?" Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu's eyes immediately lit up. This was a job where they could practice martial arts and earn money. It was really too good. However, fourth Master Wen's next words immediately caused the two of them to fall into the abyss. However, the guards and armed escorts must have a foundation in martial arts. Have you guys practiced martial arts before? Zhang Xiaohu pursed his lips and said in a low voice, I've never practiced before. Fourth Elder Wen's face immediately darkened, saying, How can this Misty Mountain Villa's guard do such a foolish thing? Why did he send you here without asking carefully? He should have just let you go home. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up and he asked, Where are you guys from? Zhang Xiaohu said, Lu Town. Fourth Master Wen muttered, Lu Town, I've never heard of that disciple's home being in Lu Town. Then he asked again, Lu Town is very far from here. How did you know about the Misty School? Zhang Xiaohu only said that he knew Wen Wenhai and Lu Yueming. He didn't go into detail about the rest. Only then did Fourth Master Wen's brows loosen. He understood the guard's meaning. He immediately said with a pleasant expression, Since that's the case, then you should go to the armed escorts to take a look. Without a foundation in martial arts, they definitely won't accept guards. If the armed escorts are still lacking people, then there's still some hope. Let's go, this old man has nothing to do. I'll take you to old Sixth Li's place. With that, he got up and walked out with the two men, making the Zhang brothers feel overwhelmed by the favor. Fourth Master Wen brought the Zhang brothers to the fourth room next door. He had the two men wait outside while he pushed the door open and entered. There was a lean man in his 30s in the room. He was smoking a pipe with great interest. When he saw Fourth Master Wen enter, he couldn't help but smile and say, Fourth Master Wen, how do you have time to come to my place? Fourth Master Wen looked at the room full of smoke and walked to the window. He pushed it open and fanned the smoke in front of him with his hand, saying, Old Sixth Li, would it kill me to smoke less? The room is full of smoke. Who wants to come here? Then he asked, Has the recruitment been smooth these past few days? You've recruited all of them, right? Old Sixth Li held the pipe and knocked it on the stool, saying, I've recruited almost all of them. I'm still short of 1 or 2 bodyguards. The armed escorts are a bit troublesome. After all, they don't pay much and still have to work hard. Those with a little bit of foundation love to be bodyguards. Even if they're not as good, they can still be guards at a carriage company. It's better than working for an escort agency. Fourth Master Wen chuckled and said, That's good. Then he turned around and let the Zhang brothers enter the room. He said to Zhang Xiaohu, This is Sixth Master Li, who is in charge of recruiting armed escorts. Let's get to know each other. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly went forward to greet him. Old Sixth Li looked at Zhang Xiaohu and then looked at Fourth Master Wen strangely, saying, What kind of show are you singing? You're letting him be an armed escort? Fourth Master Wen nodded. Old Sixth Li looked at Zhang Xiaohu from head to toe and asked, From the looks of it, you don't seem to have practiced martial arts before, right? Zhang Xiaohu replied respectfully, Yes, I haven't practiced before. Old Sixth Li looked at Fourth Master Wen in puzzlement and said, If you haven't practiced before, why are you here? How do you want me to recruit him? Even armed escorts are dangerous. Didn't you tell him clearly that he's risking his life? Fourth Master Wen said with a smile, This time, the armed escorts are not like bodyguards. It's not necessary for him to know martial arts. I know this very well. He just wants to learn martial arts. Furthermore, then, Fourth Master Wen muttered a few words into Old Sixth Li's ear. Old Sixth Li nodded repeatedly when he heard this, but in the end, he still said, Although an armed escort doesn't say that he has to know martial arts, if his body isn't good enough and he doesn't have the talent to practice martial arts, I still can't accept him. Otherwise, if there are any problems in the future, I won't be able to explain it to those people. Fourth Master Wen said with a smile, They're all farmers, so there shouldn't be any problems with their bodies. Take him to the martial arts training ground for a test. It's best if he can do it. If not, tell him clearly. He can't throw away his life just because he wants to practice martial arts. He turned around and said to Zhang Xiaohu, "Don't you think so?" Zhang Xiaohu nodded repeatedly. Old Sixthly had no choice but to say to Zhang Xiaohu, "All right then, come with me." With that said, he brought Zhang Xiaohu to the square outside the house. At this moment, there were already some people practicing martial arts in the martial arts training ground. Some people were practicing their punches and kicks, some people were fighting with weapons, and some people were holding stone weights to build up their strength. Old Sixthly brought Zhang Xiaohu to the side of the stone weights. The few people who were lifting the stone weights put them down and bowed to Old Sixthly and company. Standing to the side, Old Sixthly pointed at a stone weight and said to Zhang Xiaohu, "This is a stone weight of 100 pounds. Can you lift it?" Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, "I don't know. I've never lifted it before." Old Sixthly said, "Then give it a try." Zhang Xiaohu nodded and walked forward. He grabbed the stone weight with his hand and lifted it with all his might. Then, he took a deep breath and imitated the way someone lifted the stone weight. He raised the stone weight above his head with one hand and then put it down. He turned back to look at Old Sixthly. Old Sixthly nodded and said, "It's all right. That's 150 pounds. Try again." Zhang Xiaohu looked at the slightly larger stone weight next to him and still lifted it. However, his forehead was already covered in sweat. Old Sixthly seemed to be a little satisfied. The people who were watching the show did not have the contempt from before. After all, at Zhang Xiaohu's age, his body did not look very strong. It was not bad to lift 150 pounds without training. Old Sixthly did not give up. He pointed to another one and said, "This is a 200 pounds. Try again." At this time, the people next to him were also stunned. This 200-pound stone weight was not the heaviest in the martial arts field. However, not everyone in this group of people could lift it when they first arrived. Only a few obviously muscular men could show their faces at the beginning. The rest could only lift this 200-pound stone weight after practicing and building up their strength. Old Sixthly let Zhang Xiaohu try to lift it now, either to deliberately make things difficult or to see Zhang Xiaohu's potential. Zhang Xiaohu was like a newborn calf at this time. Naturally, he was not afraid. He stepped forward and weighed it first. He felt that it was very heavy. However, when he thought about his future martial arts practice, he took a deep breath as before and lifted it with one arm. Unfortunately, when he was about to lift it over his head, his arm went soft and the stone weight fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaohu's face was a little pale, but the people around him cheered and clapped. Old Sixthly also nodded and said with a smile, "Not bad, very good." At this time, Zhang Xiaohu knew that he should have passed the test in terms of strength. Then, Old Sixthly asked Zhang Xiaohu, "You haven't practiced martial arts at all, right?" Zhang Xiaohu nodded in agreement. At this time, the people practicing martial arts next to them were attracted by the applause. Old Sixthly pointed to a young man who had just come over. He was about the same age as Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Little monkey, come over and show us the Liuhe fist." Then, he turned to Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Watch carefully. When he finishes, repeat it for me." The Liuhe fist was a simple introductory fist technique. Under Little Monkey's hands, it was actually very impressive. It seemed that he had put in a lot of effort. Zhang Xiaohu watched his every move attentively. When Little Monkey finished, there was no lack of applause from the side. Old Sixthly looked at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu closed his eyes and seemed to be recalling. After a while, he slowly started from the first move. Although there was no momentum, it was methodical and methodical. And the more he played, the more shocked Old Sixthly was. Everyone was also dumbfounded. He only stopped when he played 60 to 70% of the fish technique. Scratching his head, Zhang Xiaohu said embarrassedly, I forgot the rest. Old Sixth Li said sternly, to be honest, you really haven't practiced martial arts before. You haven't practiced this fist technique before. Please collect it, thank you. Chapter 71. Zhang Xiaohu was baffled as he said, of course, I've never practiced before. This is my first time practicing. Old Li Lu was a bit excited as he said, amazing. Although you can't be called a genius, it's still rare. This 6 harmonies fist is very complex. For you to be able to remember 60% to 70% of it on your first try, it can be seen that you have talent. At this time, the surroundings were also filled with cheers. It made Zhang Xiaohu's face turn red. Zhang Xiaohua was also happy for her second brother, but she was also secretly worried. It seemed that she didn't remember that much. She didn't know if she would be able to pass the test later. Old Li Lu chuckled as he said to Zhang Xiaohu, come here. Let me see the condition of your bones and other body. Zhang Xiaohu obediently walked over. Old Li Lu touched Zhang Xiaohu's body here and there. Finally, he said with satisfaction, very good. This body is very suitable for practicing martial arts. If it wasn't for your age, you would probably be able to enter Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu's face bloomed with a smile as he asked, then I've passed. I can be a guard, right? Old Li Lu smiled and said, pass, of course you passed. After practicing for a year or so, you can even be a bodyguard. He turned to Fourth Master Wen and said, Fourth Master has good eyesight. You brought back a treasure for our escort agency. Fourth Master Wen said modestly, it was just luck, just luck. Old Li Lu said to Zhang Xiaohu, all right, let's go. You'll come with me to register. From now on, you'll be a guard of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. Everyone else, disperse and cultivate. After saying this, he turned to leave. Everyone also prepared to disperse. At this time, a voice sounded, what? You won't let me take the test. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Old Li Lu looked and saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu immediately said, that's right. My brother hasn't taken the test yet. Doesn't he need to take the test? Old Li Lu sized up Zhang Xiaohua and asked, how old are you? Zhang Xiaohua said in puzzlement, 13 years old. Li Lao Lu laughed, and the people around him laughed as well. Then Li Lao Lu asked, do you know that the escort agency has an age requirement when recruiting guards? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Li Lao Lu smiled and said, the escort agency is open for business. Of course, the people we recruit must be adults. Our guards must be at least 16 years old. Look around, is there a child as young as you? Zhang Xiaohua looked around. Sure enough, most of the people around her were in their 20s. Zhang Xiaohu and Little Monkey were considered young. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel that the world was so small. The Misty School's requirement to recruit disciples was around 5 or 6 years old. She was too old. It wasn't easy to find the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, but they recruited guards who were at least 16 years old. She was too young. What should she do? Why was learning martial arts so difficult? However, she still didn't give up. She said loudly, I'm young, but my strength isn't small. You also let me lift the stone weights. How heavy do you think I can lift? Li Lao Lu still shook his head and said, it's not that I don't want you, but you're too young. You can't even take care of yourself. How can you contribute to the escort agency? The escort agency's rules are like this. How can I make an exception? After speaking, he turned to leave. Zhang Xiaohu grabbed him and pleaded, "Sixth Masterly, look. Xiaohua's strength is really great. Take a look first." Zhang Xiaohua was so anxious that she was about to cry. If it wasn't for the fact that she swore in front of her grandmother's grave that she would never cry again, her tears would have already fallen. Seeing that her second brother had grabbed onto Li Laolu, she hurriedly ran to the stone weights. She ran to the 200 gene stone weight that Zhang Xiaohu hadn't lifted and said, "Look, I'll try lifting this." After speaking, she grabbed the stone weight with one hand and used her strength to lift it above her head. Li Laolu was unhappy that Zhang Xiaohu had grabbed onto him. He originally wanted to break free, but when he saw Zhang Xiaohua lift the 200 gene stone weight, he couldn't help but be stunned. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that he didn't speak, she thought that he was too light. She hurriedly threw the 200 gene stone weight on the ground. Looking at the ground, she picked up the largest stone weight and weighed it in her hand. She took a deep breath and shouted, "Up!" She lifted the largest stone weight with one arm. In an instant, the training field was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their eyeballs fell out of their sockets. Li Lalio's eyes were wide open. His mouth was also wide open. You could stuff a big duck egg in it. After a long while, someone said timidly, that stone weight, is it the 500 gene stone weight?" At this moment, a dignified voice sounded, "What are you all doing there? You don't practice martial arts properly and only know how to watch the show." At the same time, a female voice sounded, Zhang Xiaohua. Why are you here?" Everyone turned to look and saw a gray-haired old man walking out from the corridor in the backyard. The onlookers said, "The third Master Chu is here. Let's hurry and leave." Hence, the surrounding crowd dispersed in an uproar. Only the small figure on the stage was left holding a large stone weight. That small face was red from holding it in. The girl walking beside the third Master Chu was Qiu Tong, whom they had met in Pingyang City in the morning. The third Master Chu walked to Li Lalio's side. Li Laolu and fourth Master Wen hurriedly bowed to the third Master Chu. The third Master Chu also returned the greeting. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was still holding the stone weight, he frowned and said, "What are you doing? Why aren't you putting it down?" Zhang Xiaohua did not know who he was and of course did not dare to put it down. Instead, she looked at Li Laolu. Li Laolu also hurriedly said, "Put it down, put it down." At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua finally let go of the stone weight and threw it on the ground. The stone weight hit the ground with a bang, sending up a cloud of dust. The third Master Chu turned to ask Qiu Tong, "You know them?" Qiu Tong smiled and said, "Yes, this is the child I told you about just now. He helped me retrieve my money bag in the morning. His name is Zhang Xiaohua. This is his older brother, Zhang Xiaohu." The third Master Chu smiled and nodded, saying, "Good child." Then, he asked Li Laolu, "What's going on? Why did you let the child lift the stone weight?" Li Laolu hurriedly and respectfully explained the ins and outs of the matter. In the end, he said, "Zhang Xiaohua's strength is really extraordinary. Not many people in our Lotus Flower Escort Agency can lift this stone weight. However, he is still young and is a child. He did not follow the rules. Third Master, please make the decision." When the third Master Chu heard that Zhang Xiaohua had lifted the 500 gene stone weight, he was also very moved. He couldn't help but look at the stone weight that had been thrown to the side, as well as the short child beside it. Qiu Tong also played the drums on the side, saying, "Xiaohua is a good child. If it wasn't for him, my money bag would have been taken away by someone long ago. Although I told third uncle that I would definitely return it, I still owe someone a favor. Third uncle, please let go." The third Master Chu smiled and said, "You silly girl, you're too muddle-headed. You knew that the disciples of the sect were all 5 or 6 years old, yet you still brought them to the entrance of the villa and left them there. The guards that our agency recruits are all adults above the age of 16. Aren't you making things difficult for me?" Chiao Tong also smiled and said, "In the morning, they didn't say that they were going to be apprenticed to a master. I thought that they were relatives from the sect who came to see their loved ones. Besides, aren't you the one in charge of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency? Can't you just say the word?" The third Master Chu said, "Right now, I am the one in charge. However, these rules were set by the sect leader. How can I so easily violate them? Besides, the guards are supposed to be escorts. How can a child like him go? If his life is in danger, wouldn't that be harming him?" Chiao Tong lowered her head and thought about it. That was true. She could only look at Zhang Xiaohua sympathetically. The third Master Chu continued, "However, I do have a way to satisfy both sides. Do you want to hear it?" Chiao Tong was stunned. Satisfy both sides. The third Master Chu said, "Didn't you just say that the family of the person in charge of the medicine fields in the villa had passed away and that there was no one to weed and fertilize the fields? You wanted me to find someone who can farm and who is also quite strong to assist you. Isn't this child in front of you a very good candidate? Doesn't he just want to learn martial arts? Can't you just find a martial arts master in the villa to teach him? If that doesn't work, he can also find some time to come here and practice." Chiao Tong's eyes also lit up. She repeatedly said that it was a good idea. Then, Chiao Tong called Zhang Xiaohua to the side and explained the matter in detail to him. She asked him if he knew how to farm. Zhang Xiaohua naturally nodded and said that he knew how to farm. What a joke. Farming used to be his main occupation. How could he not know? At this time, what choice did Zhang Xiaohua have? The Misty School didn't accept him and the Lotus Flower Escort Agency didn't want him. In any case, he could still practice martial arts at Huanxi Villa. He just had to farm. What was wrong with that? However, when he heard Chiao Tong say that Huanxi Villa would receive 5 coins a month, his heart bloomed with joy. Zhang Xiaohu only received 6 coins a month as a guard. He didn't have to work hard to farm and could earn so much money. How could he not be happy? However, in the future, he would be at Huanxi Villa while his second brother would be at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. It was a troublesome matter that they couldn't be together all the time. Zhang Xiaohu also heard the conversation and asked Chiao Tong, "Where is Huanxi Villa?" Chiao Tong said with a smile, "It's right next to Misty Mountain Villa. Why didn't I tell you in the morning that it was on the way?" Zhang Xiaohu said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, the escort agency isn't far from Huanxi Villa. I'll visit you when I have time. It's not dangerous to stay there. Father and mother don't have to worry. When you grow up in a few years, you can come to the escort agency to be with me." Zhang Xiaohua agreed when she heard her second brother say so. Chiao Tong was also very happy. She had hit it off with Zhang Xiaohua in the morning and looked at him as if he was her little brother. Now that she could help him and complete her mission, it was really the best of both worlds. Thus, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua parted ways at the escort agency. On the other side, Li Laolu brought Zhang Xiaohu to his room to handle the procedures and arrange a room for him. Third Master Chu had also heard about Zhang Xiaohu's test and told him to pay more attention to Zhang Xiaohu. He might become the pillar of the escort agency in the future, so of course, he had to cultivate their relationship well. On the other side, Zhang Xiaohua took his small bag and followed Chiao Tong into the carriage. They once again rode out of the city to the eastern suburbs. "Please collect it, thank you." Chapter 72. Sitting in the carriage and looking at the familiar scenery, Zhang Xiaohua felt like she was in a dream. This was the third time she had taken this road today. However, her second brother, Zhang Xiaohu, was not in the carriage this time. Looking at Qiu Tong sitting beside her, she felt even more amazed by the mysteries of fate. If the thief had not stolen Qiu Tong's money pouch in the morning, if she had not run too slowly and had not recovered the emerald green money pouch, if she had not met this elder sister Qiu Tong, she would be on the carriage back to Lu Town now. After all, the escort agency and the Misty School did not want her. She could not possibly hold up her second brother's future here. Thinking of Zhang Xiaohu, Zhang Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile. Her second brother had originally wanted to explore the world in Pingyang City. She did not expect him to be dragged here to learn martial arts. His aptitude had even been praised by a martial arts master. It was only a matter of time before he learned martial arts. Fate made fools of people. Qiu Tong saw that Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were blurry and couldn't help but ask with concern, "Xiaohua, are you tired? If you're tired, then take a nap. When you see the young miss later, you must be alert." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I'm fine, elder sister Qiu Tong. I just feel that my arms are a little sore and I can't exert any strength. I'm not tired. Usually, I work from morning to night in the fields and I don't feel tired. Of course, I won't feel tired now." Qiu Tong looked at Zhang Xiaohua lovingly and said, "Looking at you is like looking at my younger brother. However, he is a student and can't endure hardships like you. The heavens have pity on you. You have to work in the fields at such a young age. It must be hard on you." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head disapprovingly and said, "Elder sister, you don't know if you haven't worked in the fields. In the countryside, if you don't work in the fields and plant crops, you won't be able to eat. All the boys in the family have to work in the fields when they reach a certain age. I'm not the only one. I'm already used to it." However, Qiu Tong, who was overflowing with motherly love, didn't think too much about it. She felt that this Zhang Xiaohua was a replica of her younger brother. Zhang Xiaohua had suffered enough in the countryside. Now that he was under her wing, she had to ensure that he had a stable life. The love in her eyes intensified. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and asked, "That's right, Jijie, you just said that Miss wanted to see me in a while. Who is that? Is there anything I need to pay attention to?" When Qiu Tong heard this, she smiled and said, "Young mistress is the manor lord of our Huanxi manor. She treats us very well, so you don't have to pay too much attention to her. You just have to respectfully say some good things about her. Young mistress has always been kind. She will definitely take you in when she sees a little strong man like you." When Zhang Xiaohua heard the word, "take you in," she couldn't help but feel uneasy again. After all, she was still a teenager. Although her state of mind was mature, she had been rejected again and again today. Although she didn't have the blindness of entering the world, the confidence in her heart had also diminished. However, this was a process of maturity after all. It was inevitable that she would sharpen herself in the cruelty of reality and find a balance from her uneasiness. The carriage still took the same road as it did in the morning. However, when it reached a junction, it didn't go forward to the main road of the Misty Mountain Villa. Instead, it turned to a small road on the right. There were many people living on the side of the small road. At this moment, it was already dusk and smoke was everywhere. For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua actually felt that she was in the Guozhuang house. The carriage walked for a while and passed through many small alleys. Suddenly, a large square appeared in front of them. There were many trees planted around the square and it was very lush. Directly in front of it was a door bigger than the one of the Lotus Escort Agency. On both sides of the door were two stone lions, which looked more mighty than the stone lions of the Lotus Escort Agency. The red-painted door was not open and no one was standing there. There was a black plaque above the door, just like the escort agency. There were also 4 words on it. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua only knew the 2 words manor. She guessed that this was the Huanxi Manor. Sure enough, Qiu Tong whispered to Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, this is our Huanxi Manor." At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She asked, "Sister Qiu Tong, our Huanxi Manor is so close to the Misty Mountain Villa. Do we have any relationship with the Misty Mountain Villa?" Qiu Tong looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "I didn't expect your thoughts to be so meticulous. When you really stay in the manor, I will naturally tell you. However, I can't say it now." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she didn't ask further. In fact, she was secretly cursing in her heart, "What relationship can we have? We are so close. Hee, are you bullying me because I am a child?" In fact, even Zhang Xiaohua didn't think about it at this time. Why did she think so much? And according to Qiu Tong, how did she know so much? If it was her a year ago, would she still be able to obtain as much information from clues as she did now? The carriage sped to the main gate of the manor, but it didn't stop. Instead, it turned left in front of the gate and continued forward along the high wall. After a while, it stopped at a corner gate. Although it was called a corner gate, it was very big. At least 4 carriages could pass through it. There were guards at this corner gate. The guard was very familiar with Qiu Tong. He looked at the things in the carriage and asked about Zhang Xiaohua. He waved his hand and let the carriage in. Zhang Xiaohua had never entered the manor before. She thought that she would have to get off the carriage after entering the gate. However, the carriage didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. It went on for a long time, passing by many farmlands, forests, and even ponds before stopping in front of a small circular gate. Qiu Tong gestured for Zhang Xiaohua to get off the carriage. Then, the carriage went straight away. Walking through the small circular door, it was a completely different world inside. In the courtyard, there was a huge shelf covered with green plants. The leaves were triangular and moved with the wind. Under the shelf, there was a stone table and stone stools. In the corner of the courtyard, there was a pond. Looking from afar, there were some red and green fish swimming in it. On the right side of the courtyard, there was a row of more than 10 houses. They looked even bigger than Mr. Lu's house in Balagu. On the left side, there was an empty space. There were some stone locks, weapons, and other things. It was probably the place where they usually practiced martial arts. In front of them was a circular door, but they did not know where it led to. Qiu Tong led Zhang Xiaohua into the courtyard. She pointed at the stone bench under the shelf and said, "Xiaohua, sit down and rest for a while. I'll go and report to the miss now. I'll bring you to see her later." Zhang Xiaohua nodded in agreement. He placed his small bag on the stone table and sat down. Qiu Tong saw him sit down and smiled at him. Then, she walked past the small circular door in front of them. After a few turns, she disappeared from his sight. Zhang Xiaohua sat on the bench and waited. After a while, she still didn't see Qiu Tong return. She got a little impatient and stood up. She walked around, looking at the unknown plants on the shelf and the small fish swimming in the pond. In the end, she walked over to the weapons. She picked up a knife from the shelf and slashed it twice. Then, she picked up a spear and stabbed it twice. Zhang Xiaohua also fiddled with a few other weapons that she didn't know the names of. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was fiddling with the weapons with great interest, she suddenly heard a cough. Then, someone said sternly, "Put the weapons there. Don't touch them." Zhang Xiaohua was so frightened that she quickly put the hammer-like thing back on the shelf. Then, she turned around and saw a tall, red-faced old man standing by the small gate. He was about 50 years old and had a white beard and hair. He stood there with an air of authority. The old man strode over and asked sternly, "Whose child are you? What are you doing here?" When he got closer, Zhang Xiaohua saw that the old man's left sleeve was tucked at his waist. Only his right hand was exposed. He was actually an old man with only one arm. Zhang Xiaohua quickly replied, "My name is Zhang Xiaohua. Big sister Qiu Tong brought me here. She said she wanted me to plant herbs." The old man was even angrier when he heard her. He stomped his foot and said, "What is this Qiu Tong doing? She brought a child here. How strong can she be to do farm work?" After speaking, he didn't wait for Zhang Xiaohua to reply. He turned around and walked through the small gate. Like Qiu Tong, he also disappeared after a few turns. Only Zhang Xiaohua was left standing under the shelf, confused. But this time, he didn't dare to move around blindly. He sat down obediently and counted the ants on the ground. Qiu Tong left Zhang Xiaohua in the courtyard while she entered the inner gate. She passed through several courtyards, gardens, and corridors before arriving at a rather large courtyard with red walls. If Zhang Xiaohua had been following behind Qiu Tong, she would have gotten lost long ago. She would have been overwhelmed by the scenery. Across the courtyard was a large hall. The doors and windows of the hall were carved with beautiful patterns. It was very beautiful. The sky wasn't completely dark yet, but the hall was lit. There were a few tables and chairs in the hall. There were also some decorations, all of which were very ornate. There was even an incense burner in the corner. The smoke from the incense drifted up, filling the hall with a faint fragrance. Qiu Tong entered the hall. Seeing that there was no one, she went to the side room. Still, there was no one. She had no choice but to go out and search elsewhere. Not long after, Qiu Tong accompanied a girl in her 20s through the door. The girl was dressed in a red robe commonly seen in the Jianghu. A sword hung at her waist. Her black hair was casually curled and draped over her shoulders. Her skin was very fair and smooth. She had a pair of phoenix eyes and beautiful eyebrows. She looked very valiant and didn't have the weakness of an ordinary girl. She was probably the manor lord of Huanxi Manor. The girl asked as she walked, "What's wrong? You didn't find anyone familiar. But you can't find someone who's new here. How can you bring someone to the manor without knowing their background?" Although it was a reproachful tone, it didn't sound like she was angry. Qiu Tong smiled and said, "My good miss, are you still worried about Qiu Tong? Moreover, third Uncle Chu didn't stop me. He knows the severity of the matter. Why would he recommend someone to me if he wasn't 100% sure?" When the girl entered the hall, Qiu Tong carefully poured a cup of water for her and continued, "Moreover, his second brother is also in the Lotus Escort Agency. The Lotus Escort Agency will definitely investigate their house. If there's anything unusual, they'll naturally find out. Moreover, this little fellow is very interesting. Please add it to your collection, thank you. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.